Trump to patrol DC tonight. Never a slow news day with my guy. Mark Ruffalo being based on threads. Yeah, I'll get to all of it. Don't you worry. God damn, dude. All right, let's blast off real quick. And let's get it twisted. Let's get it going. Hold on. Do you do bulking cutting cycles? No, I've never been able to successfully pull off a bulk. That's an issue for me. When I'm bulking, I'm not doing it deliberately. You know what I mean? It's just not, it's not happening for good reason. Okay. All right. New IDF leak shows Israel killed 83% civilians. Israel tries to bring back 65K reservists as genocide intensifies in Gaza City. Try reverse Nordic curls for your knee. Mine has never felt better. I do. Chris says overzealous on a stream earlier, but I didn't catch it. Oh, damn. For what it's worth, I'd kill for your ability to eat. I'm hard stuck at 152. My ability to eat is the grass is always greener chatter. It's not necessarily my ability to eat, although I do have that ability. It's also how much I keep on, you know? Sense is not going to be today, right? No, it's going to be tomorrow. Happy 8/21 for all of those of you who celebrate. Okay. Happy 8/21 for those of you for those of us who celebrate. Some of the best and brightest in here. No Twitch notification, no Discord notification. Yeah, I wanted this to be a secret stream. Venezuela invasion? Question mark. And then there was some other stuff that I was going to talk about. Trump plans patrol of DC. Census tomorrow. Annual census tomorrow. Chad Vice this weekend. When is Chad Vice? This weekend. I'm gonna set up the exact time. I got some banger guests lined up too. I got some crazy stuff this week and this upcoming week. I'm going to Michigan for the People's Conference, as you guys know, at the end of next week. And I have the Beast from the Middle East, Mr. Beast himself, not Jimmy Donaldson, the Beast from the East. He's a Dr. Mo. He's a doctor who went to Gaza. He was on Piers Morgan's show as well. He's going to be in the building. I'm going to have him here. I also am planning on potentially doing like a Dean, the TikTok debate, Spider-Man Dean, to talk to him about to go through some of the talking points that Charlie Kirk has been deploying and that he hears from MAGA supporters, because he's Mr. Hog Wrangler, motherfucker. Oh, he has gray hairs. I am old, man, but I don't even know if I have gray hairs because I'm old or if I have gray hairs because I deal with you children and adults that behave like children. Yes, Minneapolis visit for Omar Fateh is also in the works, and also Grant Planter or Platner, however you say it. I'm going to go shuck some oysters. Okay, that's also in the works. Trust. We got hella shit. Okay, we got a lot in the works. Don't you worry. I've also been talking to Jose Andres as well, but I don't know what we're gonna do on that front. You don't even eat seafood, bro? I would eat seafood in honor of the situation, okay? In honor of like going to Maine and doing all that. I will eat seafood just for the occasion, okay? Jose Andres, the friend of Israel. Yes. All of you need to fucking shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut up. Dude's in Gaza. Okay? He's got many aid workers that work in Gaza directly. If I have an opportunity to work with him, I'm gonna take it. Shut your bitch ass mouth up. I don't care. You complain about it all day. Okay? Dude's got active kitchens in Gaza right now. Stop it. We're not doing this. Anyway, it's like when I was trying to do an interview with Obama and everyone was like, well, he's a war criminal, bro. It's like, okay, just like, let me do my thing. Okay, calm down. I haven't even done anything yet and people are already chirping. All right, anyway, happy 8/20. Happy 8/21. There's a lot of new people in this community. Many post October 7 leavers, returners, enjoyers. So for those of you who don't know the lore of 8/21, let me explain to you. On the fateful evening afternoon of August 20th, 2019, I famously was reacting to Daniel Jedediah Crenshaw, Texas District 2. Ironically enough, also gerrymandered to look like an eye patch. Very strange, I know. Anyway, he was on the Joe Rogan Experience. He was having a back and forth. And this was in the process of him actually actively trying to continue sending weapons to Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia was in the process of doing a genocide in Yemen. Bernie Sanders had come out with a veto, or not a veto necessarily, but a denial of weapons transfers to Saudi Arabia, citing human rights concerns. Dan Crenshaw was vetoing that. Okay. And he was on the Joe Rogan Experience advocating for why he was vetoing that, among many other things. Joe Rogan asked him about 9/11 and many other things. And Dan Crenshaw, who had already personally experienced his own version of like going over there and fighting, okay, said they hate us because they ain't us, which of course zapped my brain, my soul, my consciousness. And I responded with the famous words, America deserved 9/11. Okay. Those were the famous things that I said. I said some other stuff as well. Which of course kick-started the process. Do we even have like a short explainer of that saga? I feel like there's gotta be an Austinox video or something. What is this? 8/21 Austinox song. This is from 4 years ago. Since August has always been a famous, notorious month for me. That's usually when I get canceled every year. I don't know why. The month of August is always tumultuous. That was my first big, massive cancellation. I, of course, was talking about blowback and American intervention in the region, inevitably leading to a devastating and very violent retaliation. By people who we had armed and trained, as a matter of fact. Forces that we used against the Russians in Afghanistan to draw them into a long, convoluted conflict in Afghanistan that would inevitably end the USSR. Russia's very own Vietnam. Okay? That was the point. But of course, as always, should have chosen my words carefully, and I didn't. 2019 was the year. People have still refused to let this go. They still try to fucking vilify me over this, even though it's very stupid, very dumb. It's already totally past that point. But I was definitely vindicated in 2021 in the 20th anniversary of the Afghan invasion, where a lot of documentaries basically came out spelling out exactly what I was saying in 2019. And yeah, that's it. Once again, right, but too early. Doesn't matter. People never let that kind of thing go. But it's
Daniel, and his eyes blue, cancer win. Never apologize, promise. How we knew we were here to stay.
for second
Now
eye.
years later, we're still here, all the lovers and haters. Only bright green chat disorders. The true love we shared today.
We don't know this, but like Austinox is a OG memer in this community, OG vegan memer, before he became my nightmare, my mortal enemy, and also editor to many in the space, including but not limited to Boy, of course. Yeah. So what is this? What happened to his eye? 8 here. Okay, this guy.
No shot. What happened to his eye?
I guess back, bro. You know what? I look at like all the Zoomers, right? All the Zoomer content creators now, like Phase Boys and stuff, doing girl content. Like I was doing girl content. The OG girl content was me bringing girls over to basically show them Joe Rogan videos. That's it. Hold on. And Hasanabi Productions was farming. Yeah.
What happened to his eye?
Adapting his COD videos. Yeah. Oh my God.
What?
What happened to his eye?
You're probably wondering how we got here,
Dude,
but
look
let
how
me tell
ass
you.
AI voice was. Wait, is this a 820? Oh, this is the 821 video. Okay. Challenges the debate for second eye is the funniest thing in this vid. Bring the painted nails back. Maybe. Kindly, can we blast off? Don't mean to sound like a bozo. I already did, chatter. I don't know if anyone showed you this, but he said it too. I ain't sending this again. What is this? Who is this? Who is this? This person said, and I'm supposed to believe the U.S. didn't deserve 9/11. What? Throwback to 2008. Dealing with Baghdad morning traffic, you could point a 240B, M250 cal, or Mark 19 at people, and they would just stare at you. Pull out a shotgun or pistol, and they move with a purpose. Law. Sick, man. You're so cool. Like, dudes do this shit. Dudes post this type of shit, right? And it's like you show no remorse for being a fucking ruthless war criminal. We all went to high school with a guy like this. Well, I mean, speak for yourself. I did not go to high school here, but absolutely spectacular stuff. Okay. Absolutely great stuff, man. That's cool. I hope your fucking communications degree that you got and the crippling PTSD was worth it. Your wife, your high school sweetheart, got fucked the entire time you were out there. And you saw a bunch of people die, a bunch of people that you loved die in the process. And now you can't even fucking go to the grocery store and purchase cereal without collapsing on the fucking cereal aisle. I hope it was worth it, though. You got a free comms degree. You know? Classic. The combat vets I met in college were all left-wing as fuck. Yes, of course. There are hella fucking left-flank vets out there. I also was fortunate enough to know many of them. Okay? Amazing people who recognize that this was horrifying and that they were surrounded by monstrous pieces of shit like this guy. Okay? Search his tweets for divorce Lamau. It's awesome. Yeah. Jody was tearing up a new storm every fucking night while you were out there begging for a fucking pizza MRE. Okay? Begging the homies. Please, let me get the pizza one. I hate this one. This one's making me shit my fucking brains out. Yeah. She was using your salary to purchase Chick-fil-A after she got fucked. Okay? Thank you for your service, sir. Congratulations. The pizza one sucks, actually. I was thinking, what's the best one? Because I've done an MRE taste test, if you guys remember. I've tasted a bunch of them. Probably. Nothing touches, from what I understand, nothing touches the French MREs, by the way. You know what's fucking crazy? The French MREs are not even MREs. They are literally just like a decadent meal. And apparently, those who were deployed say that it would go for 5 American MREs. In substitution for 1 French MRE, you would need to give 5 American MREs. They're fancy as fuck. They got like blue cheese and shit. They got pate, bro. Foie gras. As an immigrant that fuck one of these assholes' girlfriends on the regular, I appreciate your gratitude for my service. Yes. All respect to the Jody, the real war fighters, okay? Fighting the real war. You're putting your life actually on the line when you have sex with a guy like this, the girlfriend of a guy like this. You are literally putting your life on the line. Not only are you doing the most honorable duty, but you're also genuinely in direct threat, because if he finds out, he's going to use these weapons on you. You know what I mean? Jody used his hat to get a veteran discount for the pizza, and he and his wife are eating to recover. French MREs are kind of mid. I actually prefer Sweden. Ew. No shot. What is this? Oh, this is popping off. Let me put the clip in the context. Shotguns and pistols were used by the Saddam regime to execute people, so people respected them more than heavy weapons. That morning, we were in a rush, trying to make it to Victory Base Complex by 10:30 a.m. Why? Because the made-to-order omelet bar at DFAC closed at 10:30. So, you know, we were in a hurry. Thank you for the context, man. That definitely made you seem more like a fucking asshole. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine being like, yeah, dude, I wanted to fucking chow down on some omelet, so I was terrorizing an entire civilian population of a country that we invaded for literally no reason. You only post shit like this if you are fully aware of the fact that most people in supposedly civilized Western society also do not see the people that you were aiming your weapon at as human beings. That's it. We will never be able to recover this guy's friends. Yeah, also, there's also this. I suspect that to understand that the American government does not give a fuck about you. You know what I mean? This is what I try to stress the military. There's Chapo heads in the military. It is always shocking. We talk to one another about this shit. We're like, what the fuck are these guys doing? Now, so it's a job. It sucks. It's a job that requires you to go and like assassinate random people at the behest of the military industrial complex and numerous other capital interests that people have in the global south. But it blows my fucking mind that like people still think that this government gives a fuck about American civilians or that this government gives a fuck about the veterans. Okay. It's just so obvious. Like, this is so obvious. Like, look at this. Look at this. Look at these fucking numbers, man. I mean, it stops after this point because there's just like, it's still going up. My brother was Air Force and died last year. Still have no idea why because the government just says COVID-related complications, whatever that means. That's the other side of it, too. I mean, look at Pat Tillman. Pat Tillman got buddy fucked straight up. Like, and the military lied about how he died. Okay? You do a couple back and forths as a famous NFL guy who goes into service, and then you do some back and forth mail correspondence with Noam Chomsky, and you start questioning why you're doing these violent things, and then all of a sudden you're just dead. You got murked. What is buddy fucked? It means like when you get team killed in the military. A blue falcon or a buddy fucker is when you're doing friendly fire. BF. Also, speaking of which, by the way, speaking of like U.S. military, fucking active duty, killed in action, veteran suicides, and all this other stuff, Seth Harp has a new book about JSOG and the Fort Bragg cartel. And also called Getting Fragged as well. In Vietnam, it was getting fragged because that was the most common way that people would just like kill their fucking superiors. Like they'd kill their officers and whatnot, drop a little grenade in the bathroom. Oops. That's the speed that a lot of people were on back then. Obviously different situation because like, there was a draft then. But yeah, I gotta get Seth Harp on. I've listened to him on both TrueAnon and also on Chapo as well. Fantastic book. Can't recommend it enough. He's I think he was the guy who I'm pretty sure he's the guy who famously interviewed Brace when he was in Syria, when Brace was in Syria, and Seth was also in Syria. He was the one who interviewed him for Rolling Stone, doing the Piss Pig Granddad, the Piss Pig Granddad interview. So yeah, Fort Bragg is a legit sex trafficking operation that has gone basically unreported and left alone for years. Fort Bragg has a lot of stuff going on. It's always Fort Bragg. It is literally ground zero for all of the worst things that are happening in the American military. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, JSOC is basically America's the Joint Special Operations Command. Seth Harp goes into great detail in his new book, Fort Bragg Cartel, and it's a great book. The Fort Bragg Cartel, Drug Trafficking and Murder in the Special Forces. So like this is America's like Praetorian Guard. Yeah, this is America's like Special Forces Assassination Squadron. When you hear about someone being like a tier 1 operator, this is who they're talking about. People that work for JSOC, people that basically, I did blast off already. People that basically do like assassinations like Delta Force. The Green Berets are technically under it as well, but like they're tier 2 operators. But this is mostly just like different branches under Delta Force where they just like go in civilian gear most of the time and do kidnapping operations, and they do assassination operations as well. They also do a lot of drug trafficking. And they have trained the cartels, specifically, I think, MS-13, like the original formation of MS-13 was directly trained by Special Forces. They also did a lot of heroin, personally did a lot of heroin, but also literally did a lot of heroin trade in Afghanistan as well. It was a big part of, Los Zetas was famously trained by the Special Forces. And then I think, not MS-13. Why did I say MS-13? Sorry, MS-13 is not even in fucking Mexico. Sorry, MS-13 is another American invention, but that's El Salvador. I had a little brain fart there. So, like I said, the book is called, I gotta have him on, man. I gotta have him on. The book is called The Fort Bragg Cartel, Drug Trafficking, and Murder in the Special Forces by Seth Harp. He went in, he basically starts off by detailing the story of a dude, like a Delta Force guy and a Green Beret, who were besties, both from Fort Bragg, and their shared interest over consuming copious amounts of drugs and like a murder that takes place. And it's not the murder necessarily, but it's the cover up that comes afterwards that piqued his interest into like diving further into why the American government actively lets these guys get away with whatever the fuck they want to do. And there's some heinous shit that they've done. You might also know a lot of these guys and their stories. Most of them are exaggerated. The ones that do speak out and do the podcast circuit are oftentimes like notorious fabulists and people who exaggerate claims. But, there's like a real tier one operator culture that has exploded all around the country at this point. But can you explain how MS-13 is an American invention? Yes. El Salvadoran migrants were purposely kept out of participating in the normal economy. And as a consequence of that, they set up gangs, and then they were imprisoned. And then when they were in prison in California, they set up a prison gang called MS-13. And then the United States of America took all of those guys and shipped them back to El Salvador without telling the Salvadoran government that they were actually active criminals. This created a robust network between California, the United States of America, and also El Salvador, which these guys were able to, with the knowledge and the weapons that they were able to get from the United States of America, basically were able to take control over an entire country. America is such a violent nation that even criminals even our criminals can basically get together and like take over an entire fucking country. At least back in the day, it was like that. Anyway, that's a brief summarization. You should go into it further. You should look into it a little bit further as well. Okay, so we bust cartel members into another country. Don't we cry about that happening every day here? Yes. For the record, yes, that is exactly why there's an irony. You have to explain it further than just saying they were shipped from America back to El Salvador. What kind of chicken shit analysis is that? What do you mean? The American government took the Salvadoran migrant prisoners, and literally put them on a plane in civilian clothing and sent them to El Salvador without telling the Salvadoran government that they were actually fucking rugged criminals. It's not chicken shit analysis. It's what happened. I know it sounds stupid, but that's what happened. That's why I said you should explore it further. I don't want to dive into that currently today. There's a lot going on. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, it's not even analysis. It's just a description. It's a description of events that unfolded. So obviously we're going to be talking about Israel's final solution, final push into Gaza City and all that as well today, obviously. I don't want to sound like a dumbass, but how do you find all this out? Like, what the hell? I've never heard that. I mean, I don't know. I read. I'm interested in things, I guess. And whenever people say like, oh, what book? There's not like one book, dude. It's many. Yeah, be a political engineer like me. Yes, Dropsite obviously has Hamas's ceasefire agreement. We'll be talking about that. Before I do that, though, here's Mark Ruffalo. The thing that's most upsetting about Jeffrey Schumer, Gillibrand, Buttigieg, Hochul, and Obama not endorsing Mamdani, who outperformed even Hochul and Adams in New York City, is just how unfair and shabby they treat our progressive family. We always go work for them. When Harris would not break with Biden on the Gaza genocide, we still backed her. Mamdani's asking for free bus rides, lower rents, and affordable food, and all these guys are withholding endorsements. It is incredibly disrespectful and unfair. That's what Mark says. Of course, maybe this is a moment of awakening for him to realize that it's because they hate us, sometimes even more than they hate the right. So, it's because The left keeps liberals honest, or rather, the left shows the dishonesty of liberals and their lack of interest in like actually following through on some of these policies that they claim to care about. What is this? Did you see this? Adam Friedland. Am I crazy for thinking he hasn't been on an ep yet? Just saw him now and he's on the same page as Ethan. Oh my God, that's awesome. Ethan should go on the Adam Friedland show. That would be fucking hilarious. All right. What is this clip? I love this song so much. Oh, this is from my not the last Chicago. I miss March, man. Where is he? March is dead, bro. I'm not moving to Chicago, but I do love Chicago. Chicago has stolen my heart.
I hate every version of Hassan's laugh. That's something I realized yesterday.
That's crazy to me.
That one was even worse than the
The
last.
disrespect and the hatred I withstand on a daily basis is crazy.
Ew. You see this? I love Hassan's laugh. Everyone loves Hassan's laugh.
Fucking hell.
You see that? Can't trust these ladies, man. You can't trust them.
Okay.
Did you hear it? It's hard to hear because these mics are on our mouths, but Connor laughed at his laugh. Do you hear it?
Anyway, that's obviously AI. Haters will say it's AI, but it's not. I know. There's the new Kamala. 107 days is my candid and personal account of the shortest presidential campaign in modern history. Over the next few months, I will travel our country to share behind-the-scenes moments and lessons learned and how we keep moving forward together. I'll see you there. I can't believe, dude. This morning I was listening to the New York Times Daily report on Laura Loomer, and it was a roller coaster of emotions for me because they just kept talking about Laura Loomer like she was a journalist, okay, and not a hateful monster who unfortunately is considered a legitimate advisor because of how devastatingly bad American politics is in our day and age. Okay. And I could not, they just kept saying she was a journalist with a penchant for gotcha moments. I'm like, she's not a journalist, man. She tried to start an ISIS fan club in her college and got expelled for trying to start an ISIS fan club at her university. Like, that's not journalism. That's just like a diabolically Islamophobic psychopath. She's been banned off of every application for being so viciously Islamophobic. Like, she literally got banned off of Uber, Postmates, Uber Eats. She got banned off the goddamn weather app for being like, why are Muslims on my application? I don't want Muslims to be on the application. She's an insane person. Like, genuinely an insane person. And now she got Trump's ear and she's like actually dictating policy. She went from chaining herself to the Twitter headquarters because she got banned off Twitter to literally commanding the Trump administration, having Marco Rubio's ear, telling Marco Rubio, cut out aid, cut out like this program that you have where like some of the children who are being exploded with our weapons are coming to the United States of America for medical care. You need to stop giving them the medical visas to come to the United States. Like and she got that. She got that wish across. She was able to convince Marco fucking Rubio to stop that program. Anyway, we are ruled by monsters. Why did I talk about Laura Loomer in the process of talking about Kamala Harris? Because one of the interesting moments there was like after she got banned off of every application and everyone was like, you're a fucking racist monster, please leave us. What did she do? She ran for office. Okay? Unsuccessfully twice. She ran for office unsuccessfully twice. That was enough for her to revitalize her media career and get into Trump's ear. And that's what I mean. I feel like people now run for office for clout, dude. Like, it's gotten to a point where people are just running for office for clout. Like, Kamala Harris right now, as one of the supposed leaders of the Democratic Party. She's supposed to be a voice, okay? She's supposed to be a voice for the people. She's supposed to be a voice for the counterbalance against growing fascism in this country. She literally was running for president, okay? That's what it's supposed to be under normal circumstances. But she's not, and everyone knows she's not. And this kind of shit pisses me off because this very clearly shows that she's just trying to sell a book. She doesn't give a fuck about nothing, dude. Nothing at all. She's just trying to sell a book. She hasn't said a damn thing since Donald Trump won. And now she's going on tour to sell a fucking book. It blows my mind how transparent this is. Like, even when you're running for office, the highest office in the land, as the leader of the Democratic Party, you just discard this unique moment, this unique opportunity where you command the attention of tens of millions of people, and you just kind of throw that away and you don't do anything with it. You just have no ambitions whatsoever to change this country for the better. Oh my Lord. And it's crazy because, like, she's not even presenting herself as someone who even gives a shit. Like, she's not even trying to aesthetically make it seem as though she cares. All of these things show all of these movements, her lack of interest in saying something. And then on top of that, her the moments where she does say something at the best of selling a book shows me that she doesn't give a fuck about anything.
And now, it is my honor
to now announce Kamala Harris.
Hey, Billy! You've written a book, 107 days.
It's good to be home.
Shortest presidential campaign of all time.
Live from New York and Saturday.
What do you want people to take from the story that you have to tell of those 107 days?
Like, people should be treating Kamala Harris with disdain for having an opportunity to change the trajectory of a dying party as a relatively younger figurehead in a positive direction, to basically shed the dead weight. I know that was never going to happen, chatters, so don't yell at me for saying this. I'm simply explaining this from the position of, like, what kind of power she had here, what kind of a unique opportunity she had here, okay? Voters weren't even punishing her for the negative real wage growth that they experienced under the Biden administration. Like, the amount of goodwill that was ready to go for a fresh face, a new face. All she had to do was say, yeah, no more old folks. This Joe Biden stuff is not going to work. It's not working. We got to, we got to move in a different direction. No, the direction was more of the same. I love Joe Biden. I want to hug and kiss Joe Biden. I love the Republicans. I want to hug and kiss the Republicans. Billions of dollars of fundraising, just handed over the keys to a goddamn incompetent fascist man. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know what to say. And I keep repeating this over and over again, as I did while the campaign was taking place, and liberals never forgave me for being correct too early. Like, she's literally trying to sell a book, man. That's it. That's the only time. The only time she's out after not even 8 months of this incompetent fascist administration that she lost to, and she's going on tour to sell a book. Are you kidding me? Also, what does she think is going to happen? Every single time she goes out in public, there's going to be mad people protesting. Does she not realize that? Like, I don't understand. There's going to be people, just like with Chuck Schumer, when he was trying to sell the left is too anti-Semitic, we have to make them more pro-Israel book. I make fun of Jill Stein a lot, but this is like a very Jill Stein moment from a Democrat. This is the most Jill Stein coded, like Hillary Clinton did more after, you know what I mean? She probably shouldn't have, but goddamn. This is crazy. Where's Michigan? Bro, she's still avoiding Michigan, okay? Ironically enough. Why is she going to London? I don't know. British people know how to read as well. That's probably why. Fascinating old tweet with even more fascinating replies. In case you missed it, Rand Paul insists he never proposed ending aid to Israel, forgetting he said it more than once on tape. Democrats, ashamed my party supports Israel in spite of the indisputable war crimes. At least Senator Rand Paul struggles with it. Hashtag Gaza under attack. The Democrats, I think you're reading the wrong The crowd wrong, Dems. You should be the party to promote social justice and diplomacy. This is from 2014, chat. The Democrats, you might consider backing off the pro-Israel rhetoric. Paul is an anti-Semite, but Israel is raining horrors. The Democrats, when exactly did you stop being left-wing? The Democrats, at least Runt Paul didn't plagiarize it. What a shocker, a plagiarizer flip-flop. Whose ego is so fragile, integrity so non-existent they have to lie about things proven on past tapes, bit of a little man. Awesome. This guy in the replies here is currently running for Congress in one of the new Dem districts opened up by Newsom's new map. He started running for a seat back in March, well before Newsom made it an easy Dem pickup. We went back in time to relitigate ancient drama here, but it's just funny that they've been evil for so long. Ay, ay, ay. Ben from Ice Cream posted about you. Hell yeah. I talked with Hassan the Hunt about Up in Arms US, a movement to decrease wasteful Pentagon spending and give people what they really need, healthcare, education, and childcare. War is not good for the business of the American people. That's my goat. Like, in the simplest terms, by the way, look at how much money China has generated and spent internally to develop their own country, okay? As opposed to how much money America has generated in that same time frame. Let's look at the last 30 years. Look at where China has gone in the last 30 years. Look at where America has gone in the last 30 years. You will understand what endless militarism does. Record high profits for the wealthiest people. Make no mistake. I mean, look, we got like what, 90 billionaires in the 90s? Now we got 900. So obviously someone's doing great. It's just not you. You're not doing great. That's it. That's it. It's so fucking frustrating. That's why when I show you like the veteran suicide rate exploding, I'm like, this is not simply to say like these guys are all bad, they're monsters or whatever, okay? This is to show you that the American government does not give a fuck, okay? They do not care. They do not care about the civilians. They do not care about the military. Don't ever, even for a brief moment, get duped by the propaganda, the idea that like America cares about its own citizens. They do not. What is this? Breaking. The Trump administration says it'll be reviewing all 55 million people with U.S. visas for potential deportable violations. Oh my God. We are, oh God, this country sucks so much ass, bro. I swear to God. Oh my Lord, dude, we gotta, someone's gotta stop this. Like, I don't know. Ugh. It's so ass. It is so unimaginably, uncontrollably fresh ass. Okay? Red hot ass. That's what this is. It is shockingly bad. Shockingly bad. The situation is so fucking awful. Good thing he's only going after the illegals, you know, the ones without visas. Yeah. Remember, the conversation started with these guys are all criminals. Okay? Remember, the conversation started with all migrants are criminals. All undocumented migrants are doing crimes, doing like rapes. They're fucking beheading people in the streets, right? And then the hidden underlying notion, the hidden underlying premise there was that these undocumented migrants that were doing like all these fucking crimes, okay, were actually not even being prosecuted, right? That the Biden administration and the cops under the Biden regime were simply not prosecuting these criminal migrants, right? And Trump was going to do that, and then he was going to subsequently deport them. But of course, because that was a lie, and of course, people who were doing crimes, undocumented or documented, doesn't fucking matter, were being prosecuted and being sent to jail or being deported, they couldn't actually find people to deport, so they immediately went after people who were working in the fucking fields. MS-13 gang members are not sitting in a parking lot at Home Depot, man. They're not actually in the fucking fields picking crops. That's what they did. They went after those guys, and then they realized that a lot of these right-wing Republican business owners were like, dude, what are you doing? You're just like ruining our businesses. We are going to have an insane hyperinflation if you actually eviscerate the agricultural output in this country by just going after every farmhand, you know? So he turned around and he was like, all right, we'll scale back from that. My B. Now he's like trying to aesthetically pursue like 55 million people with visas, bro, for potential deportable violations. And dumbasses don't realize, so many morons still don't realize that this is all a ruse, a very violent one, but it's a ruse nonetheless. It's so frustrating to have to entertain this completely made up alternative reality that these guys have hysterically developed because no one on the opposing side has been able to effectively counter message against it. The real goal here is to use the mechanism that the federal government controls, immigration, to make the country more white, or at least satisfy the white nativist urges of some of the most radical elements in his base. And in the process of doing so, he's just normalizing this kind of white superiority complex. He's normalizing this kind of fucking white supremacy. That's it. It's white supremacy through and through. The fuck do you mean? At its most basic level, there is fundamentally no difference between a dude that was born beyond a border and someone like yourself. The only difference is we just had more at our disposal. We had more money. We had a better upbringing. Our material conditions were better. Okay? That's it. There's no like genetic inferiority. That's what white supremacists believe. And ultimately, this is not going to solve any of the problems that he said he was going to tackle, because he didn't win because he was, because there are tens of millions, not hundreds of millions of Americans who are like, oh yeah, I can't wait to fucking pack up all of my neighbors. There are certainly people who feel that way. Make no mistake. But those numbers are not as loud and as big as you think they are. Not everyone is a Asmongold style, yeah, this is based type dipshit. Okay? Most people saw the genuine problem with inflation, the affordability crisis they were experiencing, and the anger and resentment that they felt towards the institutions that was not helping them, and looked at Donald Trump and his solutions as, yeah, we'll give it a shot, because they, at the most, did not care. Okay? They did not care about who was picking the crops for them. They didn't care about the humanity of these people. Okay? Or they could not envision, or they were stupid enough to believe Trump's, lies, right? Or they could not envision how devastating this would be, not only for the economy, but just like the social fabric that keeps us together. And here we are. As conditions worsen, the Trump administration is actively pursuing more and more fucked up ways of implementing some kind of weird white nativist anti-immigrant agenda. This is insane. Even when people say like, oh man, I have no problem with them, why don't they come in the right way? It's because they don't understand the right way is shut off deliberately so that they come in the quote unquote wrong way. Many of these people have come into the right way, and Trump is still trying to kick them out. And not only that, but this is not a real solution. Okay? This is not a real solution at all. This is red meat to the base. I have DACA and family members that are undocumented, and I live in constant anxiety. I'm just waiting for the next shoe to drop. Like, this is fucking insane. I have to stop myself from watching too much politics because I get anxiety attacks. I also live near DC, so I'm always anxious. I fucking hate it here. I'm sorry to hear that. Things are going to get better, I promise. Eventually. If not now, in the near future. Wait, hold on. I have to schedule something. I don't think so, fam. Why do you believe that? There is nothing else to do. There's nothing else to do but hope. What do you mean? We will keep pushing, okay? We will keep pushing. I still, at the end of the day, believe in the good nature of man, okay? I don't want to entertain the idea that like everyone is fucking evil. I still believe that people can be convinced, people can change their minds, people can become active, radical elements in society that will help you and your neighbors. That's it. I am living proof of this, and this community is a living, breathing, existing proof of this as well. There are plenty of people who went from, watching Ben Shapiro videos to becoming community organizers, becoming labor organizers, becoming activists, people who have run for office and won. People from this community, working on campaigns like Zohran Mamdani's campaign is comprised almost entirely of fucking Hasanabi heads. So, it's you just got to keep doing. You just got to keep pushing no matter what. Put one foot in front of the next. And before you know it, you will build something out of it. You will hopefully leave a better tomorrow for the next generation. And the one after that. There's no admitting defeat, no matter how dire things get. You have to remind yourself of that. And you have to also remind yourself of like victories that you take in the process, no matter how marginal it is, right? That's it. That's why I always stress the importance of like community organizing. That's why I always stress the importance of like direct action that you take, going to protests, going to rallies, going to DSA meetings, going to PSL meetings. The reason why I say that is because when you're there, you are reminded that there are so many other people who feel the exact same way that you do. Maybe many more that just don't have the tools to communicate exactly what their anxieties and their frustrations are, but they're right there. So it's up to all of us to show them. It's up to all of us to basically show them that no, you're not in the wrong for feeling this way. When you see something that just smells weird to you and you're like, I don't really fuck with this, you're supposed to pull them out of that stupor. Okay? You cannot buy the revolution. You cannot make the revolution. You can only be the revolution. It is in your spirit or it is nowhere. Ursula Le Guin. There's also a great feeling there too. Like I said this already. Solidarity is an expression of love. It's the closest that you feel, like the warmness that you feel being surrounded by people who are like-minded, who are good people, who just actively want to change these horrible systems, who want to do right by others. Okay, there's a lot of optimism there. Zoran is a great example of this. Like you can use that as a jump off point. And that's why I always try to stamp out pessimists. Lol, cope you commie. Keep coping, Lamau. You think you can say this when you support the Democrat Party who supports transgender? Personally, I would find it funny if you had transgender like Hunter Schafer. That would make me so mad. Ha 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 ha. No way you would do that. It would make me so upset, Lamau. He's so stupid. No, that's not a hog, chatters. This is a person making a joke, clearly making a joke. Yeah, I'd be so mad if you had Hunter Schafer on the broadcast. It would make me so mad. Don't do it. Ha ha ha. One of my close friends recently broke from the Republican way of thinking. My old self would have made fun of him, but after watching us on for a while, I've learned that an empathetic approach is the most useful because I was able to help my friend understand why the institutions fail us and that the anger we felt should be directed to both parties. Yes, exactly. This is why I always try to fucking explain to people, like, there are others who are more radical than me in the methods that they apply, in the way that they communicate about certain things. I'm never going to be that person. I'm always going to be the person who tells you, I understand the power of social conditioning and the way that like the average person takes for granted a lot of structural inequalities as just the reality. Okay. And therefore, within these structures, in order to tackle these structures from within, you have to be more graceful with people who are even spewing hateful shit at times. You have to remind yourself that everyone has the capacity to learn. Everyone has the capacity to change. I think hardening your perspective to signal your moral superiority unironically comes across as off-putting to many people. And I totally understand why people go, well, off-putting, tough titties, we're right, they're wrong. I get it, but you're not going to actually win a lot of people on board, win a lot of people to your side by doing that, right? And the goal is to cast a wide net and engage in that deprogramming and try to get people on board. Try to get people to realize what the truth is, that this system is designed in a way where these violent outcomes are taking place. You can't just leave people experiencing those violent outcomes rudderless. You can't just leave those people alone and just like hope that they inevitably arrive at a copy of like, I don't know, a copy of like Marxist literature. That's not going to happen. That's never going to happen. You just have to guide them in that direction. You have to explain to people why things are the way that they are. A lot of people I talk to, a lot of organizers I talk to, even people who are running for office will tell me I use a lot of the language that I hear here, you know, in your broadcast, and it's been very effective. It's been very effective at converting people. It's been very effective at like changing people's minds, changing people's perspectives to make them redirect their attention to those who are actually the power players. Okay? That's what you got to do. Hassan talks mad shit on Maoists, but spits Maoist theory so much. When have I talked shit on Maoists? Come on now. Come on now. Some of the greatest political movements that have existed in this country that have been phenomenal in its success have been Maoist, the Black Panther Party. How come you don't self-describe as Marxist? It clearly applies. When have I not done that? What? When have I been like, I'm not a Marxist? You always use the line Maoist third worldist when ridiculing certain leftists. Yeah, the Black Panther Party is a great example of like a demonstration of Maoism in the imperial core by a people that have been undermined and kept as an underclass, but it's not a fucking peasant rebellion, you know? Most hypocrite Marxists ever, Lamau, let me guess, rich. That's what you're going to say, right? Shut Hasanabi, you're a champagne socialist. Socialism is when no iPhone, no water, vuvuzela, eating rats. Socialism is whatever I decided socialism is. A guy who doesn't actually know what socialism is at all and despises it anyway and is terrified of it anyway is now getting to determine what socialism actually is. Thank you. Anyway, here's what the Democrats are busy with. MSNBC, Jim Vandehei on the rising Democratic MAGA movement.
Jim Vandehei. So, Jim, we kind of walked right into your column. Let's read from it. It's titled The Rising Democratic MAGA Movement. You write Democrats needing, quote, their own version of a populist, anti-establishment, MAGA-like makeover. So what does that look like, Jim?
Yeah, it looks like what you were just talking about with Gavin Newsom, right? Trying to adopt a lot of the techniques that you saw from Trump, that you've seen from MAGA. Get on social media, be a warrior, curse a lot, try to have a lot of edge, insert yourself into the news cycle. I think the bigger part, though, is what you're seeing happening in New York, what you've seen happen in Minneapolis, the popularity of Bernie Sanders, the number of people turning out for AOC events, that right now the momentum in the party is very much for the very progressive wing of the Democratic Party, which is not that much of a shock, but I think is probably problematic in the off-year elections for Democrats. It's just not where...
Guys, please look away at the only motion within the Democratic Party, the most popular Democrats. Look away from them. Do not go in that direction. It's very bad. It's the worst, actually. Why? Because I said so. Because I said so. It's really bad. It's going to be really bad, okay? What's really good is what the Democrats have done so far, which is hug and kiss the Republicans, okay? That's really good. Even though it failed, and it continues to fail over and over again, do not do the thing that is succeeding, because that's scary. Why? Because I'm a rich guy, and I am afraid of it, and therefore you should be too. Politics is about putting forward the most corporate-backed candidate that is an empty, hollowed-out suit, a husk, a person with no real interest in making things better for others, okay? That's what politics is about. The more annoying and neoliberal your candidate is, the more adult you are, the braver you are, the smarter you are, because obviously that is what is supposed to happen. What do you mean? What do you mean? You're supposed to have adults in the room, right? That's the attitude, right?
The vast majority of the country seems to be. I think it's one of the reasons that the Democratic brand overall is low.
An insane take. Apparently, the energy and popularity of Mamdani and Bernie is a problem for the Dems, and meanwhile, their low approval ratings have nothing to do with the clear unpopularity and fecklessness of establishment leaders like Schumer, Jeffries. Sorry, what? Can you imagine if like liberal instruments of the media were actually actively pushing for more progressive candidates? Just think for a moment, like what that would do, because your grandparents and your parents, Gen X boomers, okay, older millennials, older fail-ennials, they all get their notes from these organs still. Many of them have moved on. Many of them have actually started, looking at the internet as well, luckily. Okay, they get their notes from independent news outlets as well. They have a more diverse media diet, I would say, even though there are some shortcomings on that front too, as we all know. But having said that, there are still a lot of power players with institutional with institutional power that get their notes from the New York Times and get their notes from MSNBC. Their numbers are dwindling, but it doesn't matter. And if those guys are constantly communicating to the older generations that this different method is actually dangerous, some of them, unfortunately, are silly enough to believe that. But make no mistake, those people will fall in line. That's the reality. Those people will always fall in line. This is something that I have explained over and over again. If you think that the party loyalists that wanted, for example, for Joe Biden to stay in the race were not going to vote for Kamala Harris, you're delusional. They would vote for anyone with a D next to it, okay? They're not voting for Joe Biden because Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris is presenting like an alternative that they really enjoy. They're voting because they're harm reduction voters who believe in harm reduction, who understand that like the Democratic Party is, at least on some issues, marginally better than the Republicans. That's why they're voting for the Democrats. Those guys are going to vote for Bernie Sanders. They're never not going to vote for Bernie Sanders. Okay? That's it. It's ridiculous to assume that like consistent blue no matter who voters are going to fucking turn around and be like, well, I really hate the progressive guy that is, hold on, advocating for the same things that other candidates that I voted for also advocated for. Why would I not vote for this person? Like Zohran Mamdani is a great example of this because, like, yeah, he's a socialist and that's a good thing. But like his advocacy in the mayoral race is not about like seizing the means of production. His advocacy in the mayoral race in the limited confines of like what that office and the power that the office holds revolves around like free buses, fast and free buses, you know, trying to fix the fucking housing market crisis, freezing the rent. Those are not radical propositions. It's only a radical proposition if your brain is distorted from endless amounts of propaganda from both right-wing outlets and also liberal outlets alike. It's crazy. Anyway, we're obviously going to talk about Israel-Palestine in a second, but we got Ben Rhodes popping off. Again, Obama's very own foreign policy guy, Ben Rhodes, chirping quite a bit about Israel and the Democratic Party's inability to sever ties with Israel, even though it's dead weight. I feel like we are doomed to consistently relitigate the same exact problems. They just don't give a fuck. The Dems just don't care about fixing any of these goddamn issues. Perhaps refusing to endorse a Democratic nominee for mayor who has inspired new people to get into politics in the country is the biggest city where you also live in is a clue for a broader problem. Just one idea. This is an article from the Rolling Stones that says Dems are struggling to register voters and raise money. Everyone is ringing the alarm bells about the Democrats, as I have as well. Okay? I'm not Mr. Electoralism, but I've told you over and over again, voting is still very important, especially for local office, ballot measures, and the like. Okay? It's the most consequential, least impactful thing that you can do. There's never been a moment where you catch me saying, don't vote. Contrary to what all my fucking idiotic haters routinely lie to their audiences about. If only they had actually come here once and listened to me instead of seeing it from a negative framework, and just outright lies, they would know that. So it's the bare minimum, but it's still consequential. Now, I have warned about what I suspect could potentially happen during the midterms, if there are even fucking midterms at all. Okay? And one of the things that I see is the Democrats' inability to even actively put up any fight whatsoever against the Trump administration is causing a lot of enmity against the Democrats. You're such a tool, dude. I love this. He's talking to the son of a billionaire. Your rich dad forgot to pay the internet bill. Just move on. With a really rich dad. Israel's genocide, ? Yes, my billionaire father. If you got duped by an AI article, you are exactly who I'm talking about. Okay? But I'm glad that you're in here so you can hear my words, okay, coming directly out of my mouth instead of like listening to a fucking moron who lies to you about what my positions are. Don't yell at this person. At least he's in here. We can change that person's mind, okay? He said, nah. Well, stick around. Stick around. Even by accident, you might learn some stuff, okay? So, as I was saying, I have warned that the Democrats think not doing anything is going to secure them a comfortable, narrow victory in the midterms if they happen at all. This is not the case. They believe that, okay? They believe that, but there is no guarantee that they're going to actually secure a marginal victory at all. Because what they've done since the election defeat has basically been to do the exact same shit that they've been doing. Their inability to address Republican issues and Republican messaging caused them to lose the election to an incompetent, monstrous, fascist piece of shit for the second time. This time after he had done October 7, January 6th. Okay? And they're not doing anything. They're not showing a strong, unified, popular front. They think, oh, well, we're not the Republicans, and then that will carry us across the finish line. It won't. They're not registering voters. They're not fundraising. Everybody fucking hates them. Everybody hates them for this reason. Okay? And yeah, by the way, ironically enough, in a conversation that I had with AOC, I very deliberately spelled out that yes, Trump's actions did cause October 7. This is true. Trump's actions were directly responsible for October 7, the Abraham Accords. Joe Biden's inability to address those actions and maybe dial it back a little bit and change the trajectory of American foreign policy in the region instead of allowing Israel to fucking run rampant was also another factor. Dude, when are you going to cover Omar Fateh? Probably never. Why are you guys talking to one another and just like lying to each other? I have covered Omar Fateh, and I've already told you, like, I'm planning on linking up with him and doing a stream with him. That's crazy. Anyway, Donald J. Hamas Piker.
And also, Ben, I talked to Jasper on the phone for a while today, and I do think he makes a very persuasive case that what is happening in the West Bank is it's a crisis. Yeah. And like every liberal you hear talking about the need for a two-state solution, or all just sort of ignoring the fact that it is about to be rendered an impossibility because of this settlement expansion that is enabled by the settler violence, that is also enabled by the fact that Smotrich was basically put in charge of all these settlements even before October
by design
7th. Yeah, and this is all sort of by design. It's just like this death by bureaucracy that is sort of hard to cover, and it can sound like boring and bureaucratic, but it is, it's a crisis.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add to this, because look, these settlements have been going on for decades. They've been particularly accelerating under Netanyahu, particularly accelerating under this recent government. If you look at a map, there's no viable contiguous, that means connected, Palestinian territory in the West Bank anymore. There's these little islands where Palestinians live that have been, are these shrinking islands. The only thing I want to add to this is you're going to see some weird, argumentation from Netanyahu supporters that it's Macron's fault or something.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because
yeah, they're Bantustans. That's it. Israel has, through a process of settlement expansion, created little population centers for the Palestinians in illegally occupied territory, by the way, because that entire territory belongs to the Palestinians under international law. And even that is considered completely unacceptable. And that's it. Does linking up with Fateh mean you're coming to the big M? Yes. Whenever Bibi is no longer in power, however long it is, do you think Israeli politics continues to be right-wing, goes towards performative reconciliation? Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah. No, I think Israel is never going to be as popular as it was yesterday. I think its popularity is going to continue plummeting. And Dr. Pepper is owned by Keurig. Dr. Pepper, not Coca-Cola or Pepsi, but the family that owns it, the Ryman family, has been accused of supporting Zionism through donations and investments. Listen, it's not on the Palestinian National Committee's BDS list, so I will keep consuming this garbo, okay? That's number one. Number two, good luck finding any mega corporation that does not support Israel in some way, shape, or form. A reality that the Palestinian National Committee is very aware of, which is why their targeting is very deliberate and centers around like high impact targets that they can secure victories around. Anyway, so what I was saying is, do you think this spells the end of Israel as a colonial apartheid project? I can't speak on that. I hope, inshallah, but I don't know. But I do know that Israel is not going to change its ways, and even as an effort to come across as like a more positive force in the Western world, try to attempt to do fake reconciliation. I don't think that's going to happen. And the reason for why, if Hassan said bleach injections are good for you, what's happening? Why do we have so many fucking weirdos in here? Is it because they're favorite content creator got outed as a pedophile? Is that what it is? If Hassan said the bleach injections were good for you, then y'all would take them. Y'all need to think for yourselves and not be spoon-fed opinions, even if they're good sometimes. I unbanned this person. It's ironic because you're talking about someone who's anti-Trump while simultaneously talking about, you know, something that Trump has done personally. Talking about bleach. It's because you criticize Kamala Harris? Yeah. In any case, going back to what I was saying, the reasons as to why Israel has been so unstoppable in its violence is because of the comfort that they've experienced after multiple decades of influence peddling operations and lobbying efforts and advocacy organizations that are directed specifically to defend the interests of Israel. And therefore, they think, Israeli envoys think, they can get away with just saying whatever the fuck they want, doing whatever the fuck they want, and demanding more. And the reality of the matter is, unfortunately, in the Western world, and especially in the United States of America, we are giving Israel whatever they want. We talked about this yesterday. There's so much consolidation of power in every facet of American existence because of this hyper-capitalist dystopia that we live in, that we literally have one person like a Redstone family recipient or one singular force in American media making active decisions to make sell off media outlets and consolidate power even further, specifically because of Israel. Ryan Grimm says it's not enough to get free weapons and political cover to carry out a genocide. Israel and its backers in the U.S. must also destroy any institution, no matter how long it's operated, like 60 Minutes here, that dares to moderately criticize the project once. What I'm, of course, referencing here is Shari Redstone saying openly that Shari Redstone hoped Trump's 60 Minutes lawsuit would root out anti-Israel bias at CBS News, and she sold Paramount partly over October 7. Redstone told The Times that for years she had resisted entreaties from potential suitors eager to buy Paramount. What pushed her to finally agree to sell the family business was the October 7th massacre of an estimated 1,200 Israelis. Once that happened, I wanted out, she told The Times. I wanted to support Israel and address issues around anti-Semitism and racism. We are at the mercy of like one person. How insane is that? That one singular being, one singular human could just like sell off an entire media franchise. She told The Times that her breaking point came just days before she withdrew from settlement talks with Trump in January this year. CBS aired a 60-minute segment featuring State Department officials who quit over American support for Israel's Gaza war, a piece that the American Jewish community blasted as shockingly one-sided, lacked factual accuracy, and relied heavily on misguided information. Redstone wasn't alone in her concerns. They sent in Susan Zirinsky as an executive editor to start overseeing the 60-minute segments. This is like an institution in American media, right? And the one time when they were far too late to the game to criticize American involvement in Israel and to criticize Israel's actions in Gaza, on January 12th, 2025, okay, months, almost a year after, a year and change after Israel's genocide had unfolded, one shadowy billionaire family can decide what Americans get to see. And now they're selling it off to CBS's David Ellison, who is going to merge CBS with Barry Weiss and the Free Press, which is a Hasbara dish rag. Barry Weiss is only relevant because she has the ears of some of these Zionist billionaires, and her entire legacy is built around being pro-Israel. That's it. And now she's going to be rewarded with $250 million in a contract to dictate what CBS News reports on. It blows my fucking mind how rampant and how open this corruption is. That's where we're at. So if you're wondering why, you know, when we look at new polling that shows that, you know, 48% of Americans believe Israel's committing a genocide, but like 23% or 24% don't, you're like, why are those numbers so shitty? Like, this is just a truth, right? This is just what's going on. How can people not see it? Understand that a big part of that is because of this, okay? It's because the media, by and large, has always defended the American State Department. That is the most important part of the mainstream goals, mainstream media's goals, right? Whether it be lying to pull us into conflict in Iraq and justify the unjustifiable invasion of Iraq, or whether it be to lie at the behest of the Israeli state, which is an important ally by the State Department's analysis. This is where we're at. Let's say the entire Israel lobbying effort disappeared overnight. No money, no messaging. Do we think that U.S. policy would even change? I think our politicians do not even see Israel as a foreign country. Most would happily unhouse 1,000 Americans to subsidize 1,000 Israelis. Yes, I do agree with that. I do. I agree that our politicians would do that. They are doing that. It's not even that they would do that. It's that they are doing that. You, as an American citizen that wants health care, will never get it. Israel has health care for all of its citizens. How are they able to pay for it? Well, because they don't have to pay for their defenses at all. Why? Because we pay for their defense and their offense. Israel has free college and free health care. You don't. And our politicians keep saying, no, we got to give unlimited funds to Israel, while when you demand free college and free health care, they say, what is that? That's a unicorn. You can't get that.
Macron recognized the Palestinian state like at force. That is utter bullshit. They've been doing this last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. There's a reason Smotrich is in charge of this, right? So just please discount that argument. They would be doing this whether or not European countries were recognizing a Palestinian state. But also,
building on Tommy Vitor and Ben Rhodes' comments, says Jasper Nathaniel, we need to stop letting politicians treat the two-state solution as a sensible way out of this disaster. For decades, it's been the load-bearing wall of liberal support for Israel, pretending to back Palestinian rights while greenlighting their systematic erasure. Unless you can explain how you're going to remove 750,000 armed Messianic West Bank settlers who have the full support of the Israeli government, invoking two states should be treated like climate denial. See Rashida Tlaib in 2019 opposing a House resolution in support of a two-state solution, calling it an unrealistic, unattainable solution that Israel has made impossible. It's time this perspective becomes conventional wisdom.
Solution.
Because it is. It is the truth. But many Americans don't want to believe it. Many people just don't want to believe it. They think that's the most like radical, progressive proposition that you could ever come up with. It's not. It's ridiculous. The two-state solution is here. This is what the two-state solution is. It's just one state, an apartheid state, that is doing a genocide. And it's not they're shying away. The Times of Israel reports burying a Palestinian state. Smotrich to approve 3,401 homes in controversial E1 settlement project. They're moving further and further in to the remaining territories within the Bantustan structure that already exists. Anyway, we're going to move into Israel-Palestine related things right now for a brief moment. We got South Park. We got Benjamin Netanyahu's own statements as well. We'll talk about the Hamas concessions and much more. There's a leaked audio of an ex-Israeli military intel chief justifying the killing of tens of thousands in Gaza. They need a Nakba once in a while. The least surprising statement of all time. We already talked about Donald Trump planning to join law enforcement on the streets of D.C. tonight. Oh, my God. Imagine. Anyway, sorry if off topic. Slow typist. I think the hardest thing for people to contend with about you is that nothing you say is original. It's all based on the words and actions of other people, rooting everything in material reality. Neoliberal idealists replace history with what supports their framework at any given moment. Yes, we will be watching South Park, the full episode. Yeah. Also, an update here is, of course, that Hamas has shifted from an organized military force to a decentralized resistance movement engaging in guerrilla warfare, which shields it from Israel's continued operational efforts. This is from the INSS organization. In other words, occupying territory in Gaza or conducting additional military maneuvers is unlikely to bring Hamas to the point of collapse. Rather, this reality may lead to a prolonged and effective guerrilla warfare against IDF forces. After months of unprecedented strain, the IDF is showing signs of fatigue, most evident in the harm to the individual and a decline in discipline. This combo creates fertile ground for unethical and unprofessional behavior, a phenomenon that is likely to increase over time. Unethical and unprofessional behavior within the genocidal occupation army, by the way. If you need to occupy the Gaza Strip without completing the ethnic cleansing campaign, you're going to meet a lot of resistance because you have to have soldiers there on the ground. Israel can only fight wars from the air against a captive civilian population. Israel can only engage in mass slaughter by dumping 7 nukes worth of munitions on a tiny sliver of land. That's the only way they can actually fight and achieve military success. They cannot continue to militarily occupy the Gaza Strip as long as there are Palestinians there, because they will always take up arms and they will always smoke the Israeli occupying force troops that are illegally occupying the Gaza Strip, that are engaging in a genocide, the crime of all crimes. And that's where we're at in the time frame of this failed ceasefire collapse negotiations and Israel implementing its final solution once again in the Gaza City, as it started this past week, Palestinian resistance forces have still actively been able to smoke Israeli troops. Qassam brigades carried out an unprecedented infiltration and abduction operation on a new occupation base near Khan Yunis, involving somewhere around 14 to 20 fighters. Their Nukba forces are still in operation. Okay? This is their special operations unit. The very fact that Hamas still has special forces operations that they can conduct is insane 22 months into a genocide. Face-to-face battles occurred, and there are reports that the AQB fighters even carry stretchers with them. They were trying to take more prisoners of war, which of course Israel got very mad about. And they were like, whoa, you can't do that. Look, they're trying to do an October 7 again, which is insane, by the way. What do you mean October 7 again? Kidnapped from a tank? How dare you kidnap this big, beautiful civilian from a tank, I say. No, man, that's a genocide in a fucking tank, in a $30 million Merkava tank that's like crushing orphans and blowing up their homes. The fuck do you mean? That's a prisoner of war. That is a valid and just, moral and legal military operation being conducted against a genocidal occupation. What the fuck do you mean? Al-Qassam brigades. Our fighters raided this morning a newly established enemy site southeast of Khan Yunis city with a Qassam force consisting of an infantry faction. Our fighters stormed the site and targeted a number of Merkava 4 guard tanks with several incendiary devices, commando action devices, and Al Yassin 105 shells. Our fighters targeted a number of houses where occupation soldiers were entrenched, hitting them with 6 shells against fortifications and personnel and machine gun fire. Our fighters stormed the houses and eliminated a number of occupation soldiers inside at zero distance with light weapons and hand grenades. Our fighters sniped the commander of a Merkava 4 tank, fatally wounding him, and shelled sites surrounding the operation location with mortar shells to cut off reinforcements. They also targeted the site with mortar shells to secure the fighters' withdrawal. Upon the arrival of the rescue force, one of the martyrs detonated himself among the soldiers, causing casualties and injuries. The attack continued for several hours, and our fighters observed the landing of evacuation helicopters. From what I can gather, says Bronzer Barry, one of the only OSINT accounts that I trust, is it true that you had no tweets about Palestine before October 7? And if so, is it a valid criticism of your activism? If you think that I had no tweets about Palestine before October 7, you are probably one of the dumbest people on the fucking planet. I'm just letting you know. It's just the easiest to Google thing. I've written extensively about Israel-Palestine throughout my entire career. This is readily available information. I've made numerous videos. I've covered it extensively on my stream when I became a Twitch streamer. I've written for the Huffington Post on this. I've tweeted about it. You can go all the way back to my YouTube channel in 2018 where I was re-uploading some of the things that I had written about. What led you to believe that I, as a political commentator who has been doing this for the past 12 years, have not actually spoken about this at all? Who deluded you into this? I chrome me on to talk identity, Israel, Palestine, wholesome Canadian socialism, and the good Dr. Jordan Peterson. And it was one of the most fun conversations of forever. I mean, that's just again, that's not the entirety of my contributions. That chatter already said LSF. I just don't understand why it was people on LSF. No, I don't think so personally, but people on LSF were claiming it. Yeah, they're wrong. Why the fuck would you get your notes from those guys? Yeah, here, this is
one of the great.
The double standard of brutality in Palestine. This is a video from May 15th, 2018. Israel murders Palestinians and we act like it's totally fine. It's not. I can't believe that this was a point of contention. They're lying, dude. What do you mean? They lie actively. Dude, you were laughing about that rumor yesterday. I know. Of course. Why would you ever listen to those guys on anything? Connor East Pants. It was on Oct 20K, dude. Anyway, let's get back to it. From what I can gather, the only reason why the Al-Qassam Brigade unit ended up retreating when they did is because those cowards had to call in warplanes to battle them. For your information, Israeli accounts started spreading pictures of a resistance fighter surrendering while facing a wall. I'm seeing comrades post now too. The pic is from 2023. This morning's incident is extremely serious and shows the weakness of Shin Bet and military intelligence in the area, says Mariv. In Khan Yunis, there is an infrastructure of high-quality Hamas forces challenging the IDF. The fighting to hunt them down is complex and difficult. The fact is that the fighters gathered advanced intelligence and reached the IDF defenses. By the way, this is Marv glazing, okay? Marv is just glazing the fucking, the Nukba Al-Qassam Brigade forces, okay? Which is their, like, special forces. Did you see Aiden responded to your criticism of him yesterday? Wait, what? Aiden? Like, the Yard Aiden? I've never criticized the Yard Aiden. I love him. He's awesome. Anyway, the fact is that the fighters gathered advanced intelligence and reached the... Okay, I gotta stop reading fucking silly-ass shit in the chat. What is happening? The fact is that the fighters gathered advanced intelligence and reached the IDF defense from several places simultaneously with advanced planning, battle management by command and control. The findings of this attack are very worrying. This is not an isolated incident. There's a similar incident that is not being talked about. What happened 2 days ago in Beit Hanun under Division 99 from Walla. In this case, too, the assessment is that they tried to exploit an operational opportunity to kidnap soldiers. Hamas's audacity has increased. Kidnap soldiers is so funny. You don't kidnap soldiers, okay? You kidnap prisoners of war. What do you mean? Like the Israeli outlets and the way that they cover these things is so funny. It's like even a soldier that is in the process of doing a genocide against the captive civilian population that is mostly just killing children and women, okay, by their own admission, by the way, is still a civilian, apparently, a baby, a former baby. Hello? This is a former baby that you're kidnapping from a tank. No, they're capturing prisoners of war in a just and totally moral and totally legal militant resistance movement against a genocidal force. What an absurd standard. What an absurd dual standard that we have to exist under here. Anyway, I take serious issue with this conflation as a reformed baby myself. Yeah, as a former baby myself. Who amongst us was not a former baby? Yeah, by the way, it's not just like my assertion. An Israeli officer likened soldiers in a hot tank to leaving babies in a closed car. It was a miracle from heaven. 12 people were saved there. It was an incident exactly like the one with combat engineering vehicle that was hit in June when Hamas killed 7 soldiers. I spoke to an officer and told me, you can't stay inside, the officer said. Every summer, we talk about how you can't leave babies in a closed car unless they are Hamas babies. Here, soldiers are sitting in an armored vehicle. The air conditioners don't work because for 2 years this vehicle has been driven relentlessly and they have to open the hatch. It doesn't cool, but at least it lets in air. Imagine what a soldier goes through wearing a flak jacket and helmet in 30 centigrade heat when the temperature inside doubles. Okay, I have a solution. Don't fucking do a genocide. Yeah. The reason why he's talking about this, by the way, the reason why this Israeli officer is talking about this is specifically because they keep their hatches open. And you've probably seen those videos of the Palestinian resistance forces running up to armored personnel carriers and Merkava tanks and just going Kobe and dumping a fucking IED right in there and just killing like 7 of them at the same time. Okay? Turning a $30 million tank into a fucking coffin. Why? Because it's too hot in the fucking tank. Also, I'm not a fucking tactical military guy by any means, but what the fuck are you doing in an urban environment with a tank with no infantry support? That's the whole thing. But these guys are so scared to get out of the tank to do infantry support because they're going to get fucking sniped. So for that reason, they sit in the fucking tank. And the tank is too hot. So it turns into a $30 million metal coffin for the fucking diaper force. Don't give the dumbasses tips on how to do genocide better. Brother, trust me, if you think I'm aware of this, you think Israeli military commanders are not aware of this? Of course they're aware of this. They just can't there is no interest in maintaining any sort of like tactical discipline because it's not a real fucking state versus state war. It's not even a remotely just war. I'm not even talking about no like fucking no war but class war shit here, okay? Like it's not even war fighting in the way that like you understand it. It's just a genocide. That is precisely the reason why these dudes hold the fattest fucking L's anytime they go up against a person that is not a child, a baby, that is like holding on to a crumb of fucking aid. Really big story breaking in Israel. Soldiers at a base got hot and then diarrhea from the bad food. So they called their moms who complained, organized a parents' commanders meeting, and took their children, their words, not mine, home for a long weekend. It's just like what do you, this is like even more insane than the American military airlifting Burger Kings, like mobile Burger Kings, into a fucking forward operating base so that our fucking incompetent dipshits can still feel at home. You know, this is like this is an even more insane version of that, because they're conducting a genocide 40 miles away from their home, from their mommies. It's like going to summer camp, but instead of fucking, you know, I don't know, playing cornhole, you're just murdering children. Soldiers left without air conditioning again in extreme heat. The IDF's outrageous explanation and an apology. Last week, at the height of that and the record-breaking heat wave hit the country, the electricity at the Ranger base near Eilat went out, and the soldiers were forced to deal with the weather without air conditioning. The water supply was disrupted and moldy. Inedible food was served. After many complaints from soldiers and their parents, it was decided to release the soldiers from the base for the weekend, except for one company that remained on guard duty at the base. A mother of a daughter who serves at the base in training for a company commander course told Ynet about the poor conditions of the base, even in everyday life. The conditions there are generally shocking. If the girls eat there in the dining room, they immediately get diarrhea. We buy her everything she needs for the base, canned goods and hot meals. The main thing is that they don't eat there. Yesterday, friends from Eilat brought them food, especially because they were in the field. They complain about the kitchen nonstop. She's constantly hungry. Famished after a long day of murdering children. Also did basic training there and has already lost 8 kilos during her service. Still dealing with the planned outages. A parent of a female soldier in observer training said the commander did not apologize. He tried to explain to us the situation, that there were problems, and that when children are in the army for 2 weeks and experience problems themselves, they are confused and stressed, and then everything else that happens seems worse than it really is. My tummy hurts. How can you look at this? Like, this is why I say, look, this is why I say, if everyone around you actually learned the truth about what Israel is doing, and if they read like a little bit of Israeli news, okay, they would also feel the same hatred that you feel in your heart. So it's on you to show them, okay? Some of the most pampered monsters on the fucking planet, dude.
Preparing for a military occupation of Gaza City. 60,000 IDF reservists are being called up, and the Israeli military says its troops are already on the outskirts of the city. But humanitarian groups and most of Europe have sounded the alarm over this plan, saying it will make a catastrophic situation for the Palestinians worse. Starvation, as we know, has gripped Gaza for months, and most of the 2 million people trapped there have already been forced to move multiple times. Now they will be pushed south to what Israel calls a humanitarian city in Rafah.
Crazy work to read genocidal fascist war machine fatigue apologia. I know, because Israelis are so human and Palestinians are so subhuman in the eyes of the Western press and in the eyes of like our state departments, in the eyes of like Western state departments in general, that you can get away with writing this. Of course, for those of us who see the truth, we're like, what the fuck is this? What do you mean? Oh, they got a tummy ache. Okay, I don't care. I don't care at all. I don't want to say what I actually think, okay? Because I will get banned. They're Nazis working in an extermination camp. What do you mean they got a tummy ache? What the fuck? Oh no. Members of the Gestapo are having a hard time with Panzer Chocolat withdrawals. We must give them more methamphetamine pronto. In the process of like slaughtering Jews, they're feeling like their tummies hurt. What will we do? That's what it is. Because like when people say, look, CNN reports an exhausted military. CNN is more concerned with how tired Israeli soldiers are from committing genocide than the state of their Palestinian victims. As Israel begins offensive in Gaza City, an exhausted military may face a manpower problem. Okay? Doing what? Doing fucking what? Genocide. They're exhausted from murdering too many children. Please, I don't care. I can't tell you exactly how I feel about this, like I said, because I will get fucking banned, but you can't stop me from thinking it. You can't stop me from thinking it. But what do you mean they're exhausted from the unlimited child murder that they've engaged with? Okay? Fuck them. Yeah, but this is also from the same CNN that once famously ran an article where an Israeli soldier who killed himself, by the way, since that article came out, or I think this was before he killed himself even before the article came out. CNN once ran an article where an Israeli soldier said he ran over hundreds of people dead and alive, but focused on how it gave him PTSD. American media humanizes and gives voice to the Israelis about dehumanizing Palestinians whose lives don't count and their voices are seldom heard. Like, it's so unimaginable. It's like, this reminds me of like the human zoos that they had in like Belgium. Okay, not that long ago, by the way. When you look back at that, you're like, how could people be so fucking insane that they just had like little black kids in a human zoo? Okay, yeah, Belgium mentioned. Sorry to the fucking Belgians, but 1958, human zoo, black child with onlookers throwing food at her. How could people be so cruel? We ask ourselves. Well, here is how. There are plenty of fucking people who are still behaving that way. That's it. If you were wondering how people actually propped up, justified, and defended chattel slavery, it's the exact same dehumanization that is taking place right now against Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims as a whole. Evil as fuck, dude. Is crazy. Einstadtgruppen are too exhausted and hungover from drinking away the trauma of the Holocaust by bullets type beat. Also, there were human safaris, like in the siege of Sarajevo, where rich psychos paid to snipe civilians. Hey, by the way, that still exists. Apparently, you can pay like 10 grand to Russian mercenaries and go on a naval human safari against Somali pirates. Did you know that? Is legal. You can just hunt Somali pirates, which is crazy because those dudes are literally like the way we look at Somali pirates. Okay, we're like, oh, these guys are, oh, I'm the captain now, right? Like people always fucking make jokes about that shit. It's like, bro, those are Somali dudes in their own fucking backyard. Okay, protecting their own territorial waters. What the fuck? They're fighting for survival, and we're out here flying in from all different parts of the world to go and fucking shoot at them. It's psychotic. Anyway, yeah, they're fishermen whose lives have been fucking destroyed. For the record, this isn't to say that like before people get in their fucking feelings and go, Hassan, you're defending Somali pirates. I'm not, okay? But it's important to understand where this kind of violence comes from, okay? It doesn't happen because they're like inferior and inherently violent. It happens because they're starving. And if you don't fucking understand that, you will never be able to, to figure this out. You'll never be able to understand it at all. You'll just keep deluding yourself. None of this stuff happens in a fucking void. Okay? Ugh. Suffering isn't a justification for violence. Bad take, not gonna lie. Brother, how many times do I have to describe to you that systematic violence that people are experiencing, especially in countries like Somalia and in the global south, is not seen as violent, and any sort of retaliation or any sort of fucking movement at the behest of survival is seen as violence? You've been in here for 6 months. This is a very basic concept that you should be able to comprehend. Anyway, the most just solution in this process should be to allow to stabilize Somalia, okay, to stop with the constant interference, and to create a robust economy that is not exclusively reliant on U.S. foreign aid, for example, that has been able to successfully gut the agricultural industry. People do not understand how these places become so radicalized and so violent. I can't wait for this to be on fucking LSF2. It's on defense Somali pirates. Anyway, in the process of me saying, like, it's fucking insane that you could just, like, fly from all around the world to go and just shoot at a bunch of the poorest people on the planet. Like, why isn't there a mission where they're, instead of doing that, they're just walking up and being like, here's some food, okay? Here, let's build your infrastructure out instead of dumping toxic waste on your coastline that has gutted the entire fishing industry that you rely on for food. Nah, the only solution is more fucking violent military intervention that is decentralized more and more. And Russian mercenaries can go and just like fucking help you shoot at people. Just to clarify, I'm not defending the hunting of pirates. That is wild. Oh, okay. Thanks for the clarification. So what's really interesting is because I wasn't justifying it either, but you seemingly chose not to hear that part. Anyway, another fucking idiotic misunderstanding that people will probably relitigate over and over again in the most fucking negative framework that they possibly can, specifically due to their lack of knowledge about the circumstances in which this kind of piracy has already been born. Fantastic. Let's continue. Israel's attack begins on Gaza City for takeover.
But hundreds of thousands of Israelis have also protested against this plan. They say it only endangers the 50 remaining hostages. Benjamin Netanyahu, though, he says it's needed to root out Hamas, but his critics say he's only trying to keep the war going to keep himself in power. This is as the Israeli government has now approved a controversial settlement plan for an area between the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. It's a plan that's been pushed by the extreme religious right, who say they want to bury the idea of a Palestinian state. But both the move into Gaza and this West Bank settlement plan, there may still be pressure tactics by Israel to force Hamas into accepting better conditions for a ceasefire deal. Mary?
Yeah, lots of questions about the future of that ceasefire deal. James, thank you.
We're heading for what might be the most controversial Israeli settler project of all, one that puts the future of a Palestinian state in doubt. This is the village of Khan al-Ahmar on the day.
How do you stay hopeful? You were very careful with your words. You back yourself in your morals. You admit when you're wrong. People are more than open to disagree. But what's with you trying to get you banned? Jealousy, money? I stay hopeful because every single day there are new people that actually learn about the truth. Okay? Even with this last conversation that just took place, there is going to be some people who explore further to develop a deeper understanding of why people in Somalia have engaged in these kinds of like criminal enterprise and these kinds of violent and unjustifiable actions. The greatest example of this is unfolding in real time with Israel. There are a fuck ton of people who literally, after October 7th, said, nope, not going to hear it. You're fucking crazy. You're out of your damn mind. These guys are rapist monsters, decapitators of children, and you're fucking defending them. Israel should do whatever the fuck it wants to, whatever it needs to. That was the common position. That wasn't that long ago. We're now nearing 2 years of genocide, and the attitudes have swung entirely in the opposite direction. People have learned the truth. And it's not just because of me, obviously. I am but a small part of this process. But just remember that as long as you just stay true to your values and keep pushing, okay? As long as you stay true to your values and keep pushing, there are always going to be new people that you can bring on board.
Israel approved a vast project that could see it demolished.
This is my life. I born here. I like the desert because I born. I live in the desert.
And this is your home?
Yeah, this is my home.
Aid lives here in a small Bedouin shepherding community that's become a symbol of resistance to Israeli settlement plans. On the horizon, settlers who've already established illegal outposts all around the village. Under these plans, settlers would move in here.
Yes.
But this is your home.
But you are see, the government is coming with a lot of military, with the bulldozer. What I do?
What will you do?
What I do? I asking all the world what I do. I don't ask me, ask all the world what he do. Mm-hmm. How he helping me to stay here in my land.
The decision has delighted far-right Israeli ministers who support Benjamin Netanyahu needs to stay in power. They see it as their means to end the prospect of a Palestinian state, showing up here to say as much just last week.
We will continue to build a fulfilling Jewish reality. This reality definitively buries the idea of a Palestinian state.
The reason this issue is so central to the future of a Palestinian state is because we have East Jerusalem here with Ramallah to the north and Bethlehem there to the south, and Israel would put a brand new settlement right here, smack in the middle, separating those two cities from each other.
What Israel wants to do is establish a huge settlement in the heart of this area, seize the empty lands that we see in front
Aviv
of
is an Israeli researcher who monitors settlement projects.
Constructing a settlement is something that is very difficult to undo, especially when it's a big settlement and you have tens of thousands of settlers. It's illegal by international law, but taking people out of their homes and evicting them is something that is difficult to do. Now, when you establish such a settlement in the heart of the West Bank and you think, or Israel claims, that this is irreversible, what kind of Palestinian state can you have? It's broken up into enclaves, into the small parts that Israel has left it, and it doesn't make any sense.
Israel has been trying to build this key settlement since the late 80s under Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, and has always backed down, though, under US pressure. George W.
Backed down. Really? Backed down? How the fuck did 750,000 settlers get there in like the last 40 years, by the way? How the fuck did that happen? If they were backing down due to American pressure. This is going to blow your mind, but I went to visit family the other day when this topic came up. I started talking about Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir. My well-educated parents did not even know their names. It's not like, that's like not knowing who Stephen Miller is. I can almost understand being naive enough to support Zionism if you don't know about them. That is so fucking... that makes me so mad, dude. So much of the Israel support from American Jews, like Megaphonics' family, genuinely comes from a place of just like not knowing anything and just only eating up the fucking propaganda. That's it. It's just pure, utter social conditioning and blind faith. And then when met with factually accurate information, they just push back because God forbid that they would have to go back on their previous social conditioning for even a brief moment on an issue as black and white as genocide.
W. Bush convinced Ariel Sharon to shelve the plans in the early 2000s.
Or Israel should remove unauthorized outposts and meet its roadmap obligations regarding settlements in the West Bank.
In 2012, it was Benjamin Netanyahu who tried, and President Obama who objected. But in Donald Trump, settlers feel they have a far more useful ally in the White House, appointing a pro-settler ambassador and recently revoking sanctions on settlers.
Do you think America will stand up for your community?
No.
Do you think President Trump will stand up for you?
No. President Trump, no. Trump is giving him the permission. He don't do anything in the West Bank without the permission from America.
The UN, UK and EU say the plans are a violation of international law. But with the world's eyes on Gaza, in the West Bank, Israel is pushing ahead with a plan 40 years in the making.
International law is just so silly. It's not a real thing at all. This guy's more aware than 70% of Americans. Of course he is. He lives it. He lives it. Speaking of Israel, and the American attitudes, you got two things I want to bring up. One, with only 8% of Democrats backing Israel's genocide, there's emerged a buyer's market for empty performative outrage. This was written by Adam Johnson. Adam Johnson summarizes his thoughts, says, with Democratic voters' support for Israel at an all-time low and 65% of them saying Israel's carrying out a genocide, there's emerged a new suite of pseudo-criticism of Israel by AIPAC liberals. I listed the top 4 and dissect why they're bullshit, ass covering, and busy work. Okay? The top 4 are, 1, the make sure Palestinian kids being bombed get 600 calories a day. The wayward friend, also known as the Pete Buttigieg moment. The one bad man theory, also the Bernie Sanders method. I mean, he goes beyond that, but still. The Palestinian state non sequitur / two-state delusion. These are the top ways in which performative Democrats are trying to manage the situation to at least like silence people into thinking that they're actually doing something, that they're actually speaking out against it. Okay? It's an incredibly cynical approach. but is expected from America and American politicians. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have someone who's utterly insane communicating on this issue with more sincerity than most Democrats are. Like, I'm not even talking about, listen, I'm not even fucking talking about the Bernie Sanders of the world. Like, I mean, even though she outflanks them as well, which is, again, unacceptable. Here's a 15-minute discussion or 13-minute discussion that Megyn Kelly had with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay? I'm just going to show you this brief snippet here that Tommy Vitor identified. Telling exchange between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Megyn Kelly.
Although I haven't seen the number of...
Be careful, make no mistake, Shash, she's horrible, evil, and anti-Semitic. Yes. Yes, this is true. However, that is precisely the reason why you should be very worried that she's the fucking most, like, she's taking bold stances on this in Congress as a national party politician. It's fucking ridiculous. It should not be Marjorie Taylor Greene saying these things. It should be AOC saying these things. It should be literally Bernie Sanders saying these things. It shouldn't even just be Bernie Sanders saying these things, though. It should be Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, and every fucking prominent national Democrat screaming from the goddamn mountaintops on this issue.
Dead children, injured children, starving children coming out of the Ukraine-Russian conflict like we've seen come out of the Israel-Gaza
But isn't that because of the Palestinians and their amazing propaganda ability?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, definitely. The Palestinians control the media, and the international banking system is the most insane version that we have arrived at. Like, people who want to defend Israel are so fucking psychotic that they unironically do like anti-Semitic propaganda, but instead of saying, you know, Jews do this, Jews do that, similar things that, you know, the Nazis said about the Jews that led to the Holocaust, they're saying it about the fucking Palestinians in real time. It's so stupid because it's like, who the fuck would believe this?
Like, I think that's the reason, because the Palestinians put all this on camera and release it. That they make sure that we see this, which is another reason to be suspicious of it. You know, I don't.
Yeah, the protocols of the elders of Ramallah.
Know what I'm being fed or for what purpose.
Yeah.
The Ukrainians aren't doing that, and the Russians aren't doing that.
The Russians aren't doing propaganda? What the fuck planet are you on? Everybody does propaganda. The one group of people that can't do propaganda because they don't have a functioning state is the Palestinian people. The only group out of every single one of these groups that she mentioned, whether it be Israel, Ukraine, Russia, and the Palestinians, the only group that has no capacity to do quote unquote propaganda and influence the media is the fucking captive population of Palestinians that are currently being actively genocided. Holy fuck.
But why not, though? Why isn't Ukraine and Russia
they're not good at propaganda.
doing that to each other?
See, this is
Well, I don't know. I think Zelensky's pretty good at propaganda.
Maybe, but
Oh my God, then they fucking agree. It's just, yeah, only Zelensky's doing propaganda. Get the fuck out of here, bro. What are we talking about? Come on, man. I can't deal. Everything is a lie. I don't know how to deal with this. Like, even when I'm supposed to agree with someone here, which is, you know, unlikely, the incredibly, unimaginably unlikely scenario where, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene has, like, arrived at a sincere position on one thing. Whether the primary motivation there was like Jews having space lasers or controlling the weather machine or whatever, I don't know. But clearly, she has become a champion of this cause. But like, every part of this conversation is just wrong. Every part of this conversation is an insane lie. One that is like, one that falls apart with like just a little bit of scrutiny. How? The question is how? Like, how are Palestinians capable of doing propaganda? What are you talking about? What do you mean when you say propaganda? Filming themselves being blown up by American missiles that Israel seemingly has unlimited supply of?
I guess he doesn't have like the lifelong commitment to it that the Palestinians. I mean, since I've been in news,
I said, it's wild that there's a significant number of Israel defenders that looked at the Nazi Holocaust and basically used it as a checklist for Israel down to the denialism. Here's another example from Mohammed Al-Safin. Does the Holocaust education system in Israel just teach Israelis how to use Nazi propaganda? What is going on? Here's Emily Schrader saying, When Palestinians move in masses to any other territory, to any other country, they wreak havoc in this country and they move to the rootless cosmopolitan Palestinians. This happened with Jordan. This happened with Lebanon. And they, Arab states, know that the Palestinians are troublemakers by nature. This is bar for bar, verbatim, what Nazis said about Jews, about the international Jewry, the Jewish question. This is what that is. She just changed Jew to Palestinian and named the countries from Western European nation states to Arab countries. That's it. Countries in the Levant. Control C, Control V. What the fuck? This is verbatim Adolf Hitler, man. I'm lost. How is this anti-Semitic? Wait, what? Do you not understand that this statement, verbatim, is exactly what Nazis said about the Jews? Schoenherr interviews a Holocaust scholar doing every single Holocaust denialism, but for Gaza. The Holocaust historian defending Israel against charges of genocide. Great stuff, man. Great fucking stuff. Marjorie Taylor Greene discussing AIPAC. Sponsored trips to Israel. Oh yeah, I'm gonna watch this whole thing. I want to watch I'm gonna watch as much of this as I can fucking fathom. 51 month sub. Wait, what? How are you a 51-month sub chatter? Wait, what are you talking about?
Turning on you because of this, or is it just loud people who, whose interests are more closely aligned with Israel?
Well, number one, so Donald Trump is the most attacked, I'd say, human being ever by the establishment media. I would say I'm the most attacked member of Congress ever by the establishment media. I have supported him unapologetically. They would love.
Bro, first of all, Ilhan Omar is right there, okay? There's good reasons to attack Marjorie Taylor Greene.
To be able to say MTG and Trump have split. And they're trying to say that, yet I talk to the president routinely. I text with him. He and I have a great relationship.
You would know if things were not good.
Yes.
I can speak to that.
Yes. Now, here's the other side of it. I got elected on my own. I didn't get elected with a Trump endorsement. I beat 8 men in a primary who I respected every single one of them. I thought, wow, these guys are great. How am I going to win? But somehow I beat the heck out of all of them. So I also have the, I would say, luxury of being a very independent member of Congress. And I can disagree with the president. I can. And I already have on multiple fronts. The Genius Act that just recently passed that set up the whole system for stable coin. And I didn't vote for that bill because it has a backdoor for a central bank digital currency, which I am largely against. And Speaker Johnson didn't allow us to do amendments on that bill to amend that part of the bill. So I said, I'm a no vote. That was President Trump's
You were
bill.
against the bombing of Iran. You said so.
Yep, I was against bombing Iran. I'm against paying for Israel to continue to keep bombing Gaza. I think it's a humanitarian crisis. I've called it a genocide. And children are starving to death. I've talked to Christian pastors there that have told me that Christians have been killed and children are being starving against. I'm a Christian myself. I'm against children.
Let's talk about that one.
Starving.
There's daylight between us because
because I like some Christians being starved to death. There's daylight between us because I think some Christians do deserve to be starved, specifically Palestinians. Also, that's such a crazy way to fucking frame this, but it's like, okay, what about the Muslim Palestinians? You know what I mean? Atheist and Muslim Palestinian children do deserve a little bit of starvation. Just the Christian Palestinians that I feel like are being unjustly maligned.
Believe that children are starving and hurting in Gaza, no question. But I blame Hamas. I do see what's happening with the Israeli aid and the food trucks, and they get co-opted by Hamas, by certain Palestinians. And
there's no evidence for this. You just fucking literally heard the biggest lying government, the Israeli government, and you just verbatim repeat that propaganda. That's it. That's it. That's all this is. Israel says something, so it must be true, even though it lies every fucking day of the goddamn week.
That's why, and the more suffering children they can get on a camera over there, the better in their minds. These are not honest brokers. They steal from their own people. They're happy to watch their children starve to death as long as they can put the emaciated baby on camera. It's disgusting. They don't have the same value toward human life that we do, and yes, that Israel has. I'm not saying Israel's perfect. They haven't executed this whole thing perfectly, not by a long shot, but when I see what's happening with the starving children, I blame Hamas.
They haven't executed this genocide perfect.
Us.
Well, they
Am
started
I wrong?
it. They started it. So October 7th was unbelievably horrific. It's unspeakable what Hamas did. I totally blame Hamas. The war wouldn't even be happening if Hamas hasn't done all the things that they've done, right? Firing rockets into Israel, kidnapping and murdering all these people, suicide bombers over the years. Absolutely. They started this and it's horrible. I think it's Israel's, they can pinpoint areas, but they're just mass bombing everywhere, and the videos coming out of there are terrible. I'll also say this, Megan, that conflict has been going on I'm 51 years old. It's been going on way beyond before I was born or any of us were born. I can't even tell you I qualify to solve it.
It's crazy how stupid propaganda shit like this can propagate so freely with the internet being a thing. It's because of so much Islamophobia that even Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is like outflanking many other congresspersons on this, probably like one of the most outspoken definitely one of the most outspoken on the Republican side, with the exception of Thomas Massey, and like obviously doesn't come anywhere near like Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib, but like the reason why she is one of the now seemingly leaders of this fucking movement to say fuck Israel is still choosing her words very carefully while talking about the Christians, is because most people have this idea that Muslims by and large, and Arabs by and large, which is like only seen as a collective Muslim monolith, deserve it. They deserve the violence. They deserve the death and destruction. They are at most collateral damage. Oh, I feel bad that like some babies died in the process. I guess you're not conducting your warfare adequately. That's it. What? You have no explanation for why Hamas dropped Israeli bombs on Palestinian children, do you? Yeah, this person is being sarcastic, chatter. It's obviously making light of the way that these guys do commentary on this issue. Everything is Hamas. Everything is Hamas. Everything is Hamas. Over and over and over again. But if you don't understand like why so many people still, as we've seen like the YouGov poll that came out yesterday, while the numbers have swung wildly in the direction of anti-Israel sentiment in this country, there's still a lot of people who do not sympathize with the Palestinian people broadly. And that is because they still are operating with a fucking multiple decade faucet of propaganda about Muslims deserving it. Okay? Many people do not reckon with the reality of America's failure of the war on terror. At most, they look at it as 12,000 brave soldiers died in the process for no reason, and also $6 trillion or $7 trillion was just wasted in this. They don't think about the millions that were slaughtered. They do not think about the tens of millions that were destabilized and displaced from their homes. They do not talk about the tens of millions of people that will never live a normal life because of these actions. Because in the process of doing this fake war on terror, the American media, through every facet, justified these actions of conquest. And the first step in that justification comes from dehumanizing the enemy, a monolithic force of evil, Islamic terror. Why are they so barbaric? It's because they read the Quran and they believe the Quran, and the Quran is a violent text. Hassan is a gay faux commie, lol. Yes, I'm a fake commie and also gay. This is the reason why so many people still, on the one hand, say like what Israel's doing is unconscionable, but on the other hand, cannot find sympathy in their hearts cannot sympathize in their hearts. They can't find the humanity of Palestinians. They just don't see it.
I think God is the only person that
You
can
don't think
solve
Mara Gaza is the solution?
No, no, not at all.
My problem is, when you use the word genocide, like, I don't believe that, but I also don't have any meaningful video or picture source that I trust.
Yeah,
You know?
I think it's fair to say that no one does, right? Although I haven't seen the number of dead children, injured children, starving children coming out of the Ukraine-Russian conflict like we've seen come out of the Israel-Gaza
But isn't
conflict.
that because of the Palestinians and their amazing propaganda abilities? Like, I think that's the reason, because the Palestinians put all this on camera and release it. That they make sure that we see this, which is another reason to be suspicious of it. You know, I don't know what I'm being fed or for what purpose.
Yeah.
The Ukrainians aren't doing that, and the Russians aren't doing that.
But why not, though? Why isn't Ukraine and Russia
they're not good at propaganda.
doing that to each other?
See, this is
Well,
why
I don't know. I think Zelensky's pretty good at propaganda.
Maybe, but I guess he doesn't have like the lifelong commitment to it that the Palestinians. I mean, since I've been in news, the Palestinians have been doing this.
Yeah.
And they're very good manipulators of media.
Oh, yeah. The Palestinians control the media. They got their tentacles in every orifice of Western civilization.
Of cameras.
You've been in the news business much longer than me.
I've been burned enough times by them. Like, I've gone with their numbers over the years enough times. I've been like, oh my God, this is another fucking lie. All I do is make up lies and numbers.
Right.
Then you run with it. And, you know, if you're smart, you pay attention, you get burned. Then you realize, oh, I do not trust the Hamas Ministry of Health. So that's kind of how I've come to it. But I also feel like it's also undeniable that at this point, Israel has lost, or most charitably is losing, the propaganda war.
Mm-hmm.
And I know why. They're not fighting it as well as Hamas. They never have. And I think people gave them a huge benefit of the doubt in the beginning of this war. It was like, we were still getting bombarded by images and false facts by the Palestinians. But it was like, you know what? We're impenetrably on Israel's side. We saw what you did on 10/7. But it's been 2 years now.
Yeah.
And I know Israel says, well, we still have 20 hostages left, or whatever the exact
20
number
that are
is.
alive. 50, but I think they think 20 or so
That are alive.
Yeah.
But my question is, how long, and with all due respect to the hostages, how long can we justify nonstop war based on the hostages? And it's not that I have no empathy for the hostages. It's just at some point, war must stop, or at least we have to stop funding it at some point.
See, that's where I'm at. We don't need to fund it. That's where I'm at. I can't fix it. I can't even step in there and come up with a solution to repair it. You want to know why? I can't even relate to it. I don't live there. I don't live on either side. I certainly do not support Hamas ever, never couldn't even defend them in any position. However, I do know all the videos and pictures I've seen of these children. I do know that, but I can also say Americans don't want to fund this anymore. We just don't. And I also can say Israel, and even Lindsey Graham said it recently. He said, if Israel wanted to commit genocide, they could.
It could.
And you want to know what that is? That's an admission by Lindsey Graham saying that Israel is completely competent. Therefore, why are we funding it?
Can I ask you that? Because my understanding is the reason, generally that we fund Israel so much more than a lot of other countries is where we started. That they really are the only democracy in the Middle East. There's only one Jewish state. There's some 30 Muslim nations, but only one Jewish state. So they need to exist. They have no place else to go. It's not an area of the world that's very hospitable to Jewish people.
Right.
And they are allied with the United States. They seem to share a lot of our values. So you watch, this is a weird way of looking at it, but I look at what's happening in Dearborn, Michigan, with the call to prayer 5 times a day on the streets of an American city, and Muslim immigrants coming over here and having 7 children each family. And look at the birth rates in Europe right now, which are largely non-existent for white native Europeans, but sky high.
This is why, without solving the Islamophobia part of the equation, you can't actually have a serious discussion about this. Because even the person who is actively calling this a genocide still has a bunch of insanely toxic opinions about Muslims in general. So it doesn't really make sense. If both of these blonde women on screen believe that Muslims are barbaric rapist hordes that are backwards, that are trying to destroy the Western civilization, and they don't think that they're like human beings, okay, then one side's attitude is, well, their wholesale slaughter is too costly. The other side's attitude is, no, we should just keep killing them. Who gives a shit? They have a disagreement. They have a disagreement on genocide, but ultimately it's not too big of a point of contention. You know what I mean?
For Islamic immigrants, many of whom are Islamists. And I think this is like an existential situation here. Is it so bad to have this one country in the middle of the Middle East, which is a very rough neighborhood, you know, Syria, Lebanon, that likes us, that will help us, that would, if we ever had a conflict there, help with our military staging, that has amazing intelligence, that it shares with us, that has amazing abilities to effect, you know, terrorist takedown plans, which is also helpful. So like these strategic reasons make sense to me too, for our understanding we don't have endless funds to spend some there.
Yeah, that's been the thinking, and that's what Americans have largely believed, and that's how the U.S. government has largely functioned for as long as I can remember. Although if you look at Israel, you have to recognize in the context of these conversations, not only are they such a strong economic country, not only have they proven that their military they're annihilating their enemy almost, and they're going to finish the job, and they're saying they're going to finish the job. They also have nuclear weapons. This is a nuclear armed nation.
So you're saying you agree with all that, but they got it.
Like Megyn Kelly is low key tackling the issue from that angle where it's like, well, you hate Muslims too, so why do you care about their genocide, which I don't believe is a genocide anyway? Like do you notice that the conversation is moving in this direction? Like she literally is just like, you hate Muslims just like I do. They're all fucking barbaric monsters. Why don't you just fucking shut up and let Israel pack up a bunch of them? Like, what do you mean?
Saying America is a sinking ship. We're sinking so badly. Our children have no hope of ever buying a home in the future. We pass a budget that is overblown and ridiculous every single year, and we are dragging. We're going to be 40. We're 37 now. It'll be 40 trillion in a matter of who knows months or
with
a year.
Respect to Israel and like the sense it makes of this alliance, what I hear you saying is fine, but they've got it. They're actually not facing an existential threat right now. They've devastated all their immediate enemies all around Israel. So
look at the action.
If this were a situation where Israel actually were on the verge of not existing,
I think we'd have a different conversation.
Okay, I
get
it.
Look at that. I just go by. I'm a action versus words person. So for me, I'm like, wow, the 12-day war with Iran, which I was totally like, we shouldn't be doing this. Israel's a nuclear armed nation. Look at the outcome there. They did nothing to Israel. They did shoot missiles in there, but did they really do anything to Israel? No. And could they have? No. Israel's a nuclear armed nation. They're surrounded by their enemies per se, and that's constantly said over and over again. But Israel is a nuclear armed nation. They can nuke these people off the planet if they want to. And they have proven with their actions what they will do to their
God. Here's another reason why it's bad that there is a major void in the political discourse that is being filled by the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's stupid. That's it. She's just stupid. She's hateful and also stupid. So her conversation, her back and forth with Megyn Kelly on this is going to be stupid. She's like, oh, well, Israel's a nuclear armed nation. Okay. They have already dumped 8 nukes worth of munitions on Gaza. Clearly, wiping out Gaza with one singular nuke in this day and age when there are other nuclear armed nations around is not going to be a viable outcome, is not going to be a viable option for Israel, especially given the proximity of the Gaza Strip to Tel Aviv. Okay? Yeah, they're not going to nuke their own fucking backyard, dude. That's why they have utilized conventional weapons instead of nuclear weapons to get the same job done.
Enemies to the point of like I said, they're starving children in Gaza. There are innocent Christians have been killed. Christian churches have been bombed. They are proving that these 50 hostages that are left and they're demanding back, they are proving that they will turn the entire Gaza Strip to rubble to get their 50 people back. I think that's a country that America can say, they got it.
You got this.
But we're not doing the same thing for our people.
Right, we're kind of losing our shining city on the hill feel as you look back at our friend from Illinois and driving her car, and there are millions more just like her.
Tons of them.
I mean,
they're filled in my district.
If you told me tomorrow that we're pulling all the aid from Israel, I would say, oh, good God, who's going to decide?
It just sucks that she, even with her idiotic framework, is still a better voice on this issue than fucking Hakeem Jeffries, man. That is unacceptable. She is a better voice for Palestinians than Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and basically the damn near entirety of the establishment of the Democratic Party. When this is now a 92% to 8% issue in the base for Democrats. 8% of Democrats want to continue supporting Israel. 92% of Democrats want to stop Israel. This is an unforgivable error. It's insane. Wake the fuck up, man. If they don't trust any media coming out of Gaza, why are they even talking about half the shit? Well, she trusts the media coming out of Gaza, just Israeli media. And not even like all of the Israeli media, because the Israeli media regularly covers like the inadequacies and the issues, right? But she just, I mean, she doesn't even listen to Israeli media, honestly. They're just listening to Benjamin Netanyahu. They're just listening to fucking the Israeli government. Not even the Israeli media, but the Israeli government. That's it. And they're just reiterating whatever the fuck the Israeli government is saying. A government that, much like every other government, lies routinely, but a government that lies in even dumber ways than at least like this somewhat sophisticated propaganda operation that like even Russia will engage in, okay? The sinister ways in which other countries and their governments operate propaganda in. Israel just straight up will just be like, nope, it didn't happen. But if it did happen, then it was good and it was worth it and it had to happen. And you're a fucking piece of shit for saying at first that it did happen when we lied and told you it didn't happen. But also, you're still a piece of shit and you're anti-Semitic for saying that it did happen and you were right and we were wrong, because it's a good thing that it happened. And we should do more of it, as a matter of fact. And if you tell us that we shouldn't do more of it, then you're doubly anti-Semitic and wrong. You should be deplatformed. You should be fired from your job.
Where it goes. That's one of my other concerns here.
Like, write a check to Americans.
Yeah.
I mean, that poor woman in her car, or it's like
Trump actually made some noise about giving rebate to people from the tariff income.
And everybody was like, thank God.
Real people were like that.
Yes.
But, sort of talking heads who work for like muckety muck magazines always said, tisk, use it to pay down the debt, which is another thing. But they didn't want that woman in the car getting it directly.
Yeah. No, the sad reality is that, so here's what I keep telling everybody in Washington. I'm like, oh, you think we're going to win the midterms by spending all this stupid money again, not solving everybody's problems? Really, everybody's going to run out and vote for Republicans again? It's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think people...
Especially when Trump is gone. So what do we think the effect?
Dangerous prospect that Marjorie Taylor Greene is literally still, with all of her faults and failures, outflanking most of the Democrats and most of the Republicans on this issue. It is unacceptable that there's only a handful of Democrats that are better on this issue than Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay? It's ridiculous. It's completely unacceptable. No, I haven't covered Omar Fateh's endorsement being revoked. I don't know what the fuck that's about. Hold on. But yeah, the Minnesota Star Tribune wrote about it. Does anyone have a paywall-free link on that? Because this is the one I have. Live. Sources say DFL to revoke Omar Fateh's endorsement for Minneapolis mayor. Hold on here. Here's the paywall-free option. Thank you, chatters. Why isn't this working? Jesus Christ. Okay. The state's party rules. Here it is. Live. DFL is revoking Omar Fateh's endorsement for Minneapolis mayor. The state's party rules committee heard scores of challenges to the historic endorsement that drew national attention. The Minnesota DFL is revoking the local party's endorsement of State Senator Omar Fateh in the Minneapolis mayor's race, citing substantial failures in the convention's voting process. Fateh, a Democratic socialist challenging Mayor Jacob Frey, won the endorsement at the end of a raucous July convention that prompted dozens of challenges amid delays and miscounted votes. The state party's Constitution, Bylaws, and Rules Committee reached a decision on Tuesday, according to sources, and had planned to release its findings publicly on Friday. Instead, the party released a draft of its findings Thursday afternoon following reporting by the Minnesota Star Tribune. DFL releases draft findings. DFL party chairman Richard Carlbum said the committee reviewing the process found substantial failures in the Minneapolis convention's voting process at the July convention, including local party officials' acknowledgement that the mayoral candidate Dwayne Davis was errantly eliminated from contention. The party said it vacated the mayoral endorsement as a result. Here are their full findings. What is this? Lisa Goodman? Lisa Goodman on all of MPLS Frey PAC call. Okay, this is a PAC for Jacob Frey, the incumbent. I'm holding checks from a lot of people who contributed to this multi-candidate expenditure in W7 to support DFL endorsed candidate Schaefer. Those checks will be withheld unless Fateh's DFL endorsement for mayor is overturned.
Yeah. Hey, Lisa.
Hi, Jacob. So
yeah, DFL is the Democrat Farmer Labor Party. It's just the Democratic Party in Minnesota. They call themselves the Democrat Farmer Labor Party.
I'm holding checks, Lenny, from a lot of people who contributed to this multi-candidate expenditure in our ward to help Elizabeth, because some of the largest contributors at the 5,000 level didn't feel comfortable giving the money to the DFL. If the decision is overturned, I have permission to cash a bunch of those checks. You're welcome to add to the pot, by the way. And we've raised, Lou Remley and I have raised roughly $25,000 to help Elizabeth get another staff person. But it's clear that people don't trust the DFL in our world and don't want the money spent if Fateh is going to be the DFL endorsed candidate. You can reach me offline for more info.
Okay, David Brower says, stories out about DFL mayoral endorsement being revoked. Remember, as you talk to folks, one, Omar Fateh had nothing to do with the faulty tabulation. Frey finished with 30%, which is pathetic for an incumbent. Maybe pay attention to the guy actually hurt, who came out of nowhere to grab 20%, Dwayne Davis. If you never want to work for the DFL again, and this guy, if you never want to work for the DFL again, I feel you, even if that's what the worst people want. But I hope we can all channel our feelings into direct candidate work. Hopefully, the park board candidate endorsements stick, what I've heard so far. I think this is, regardless of the fuck-ups, okay, regardless of the tabulation faults, the idea that, like, once this endorsement kicks in, the idea that you're, like, going to revoke it and create a big stink in the primary process, specifically because you don't like to have a progressive person become mayor, it's a rat fucking. Call it exactly what it is. This is low-key because of Zohran Mamdani, by the way. Because the Democrats saw the momentum behind Zohran, and they want to do everything they can to stop another Zohran from coming to power, even if it's a mayoral position. Yeah, nice bathroom is right. So the Dems can do something. It's just that they always use the unlimited smoke that they have for their left flank and never for the Republicans.
President.
Interesting. It's clear that people don't trust the DFL in our world. Goodman, I'm holding checks from a lot of people who contributed to this multi-candidate expenditure. The largest contributor at the 5K level didn't feel comfortable giving the money to the DFL. If the decision is overturned, I have permission to cash a bunch of those checks. It's clear that people don't trust the DFL in our world and don't want the money spent if Fateh is going to be the DFL endorsed candidate. Why do you love the Dems so much? Third party now? Chatter, are you fucking stupid? This is literally forcing the hand of a person to run as a third party, which makes things infinitely more complicated if he were to do so. That's the whole point. The answer to the question was, I mean, it's a rhetorical question. You have to be stupid if you don't understand why people like this run as Democrats within the machine that already exists. The report says clearly it's the exact same thing they did with David Hogg, elevating minor procedural issues that would not have made a difference in the result to overturn the result. And before you say the election is nonpartisan, it doesn't matter, okay? The Democratic Party, the DFL specifically, has an existing machine within the state of Minnesota, specifically in Minneapolis, where the mayoral race is taking place. There's a reason why people like Omar Fateh, despite being Democratic Socialists, are running on the Democrat Farmer Labor Party ticket and are looking to score the endorsement of the DFL. There's a reason why it was unimaginably contentious and disappointing for Tim Walz, that spineless fucking monster, to turn around and endorse Jacob Frey, the incumbent. It blew my mind to see that. The party bosses didn't like him. The DFL had a chance to stand with democracy and instead gave disconnected elite in our party the power to steal an endorsement from the best mayoral candidate the city's ever seen. Frey's biggest donors plus all of Minneapolis couldn't win the voters, so they brought in the money. It's wild. Like the very fact that within the DFL structure that the incumbent was only able to secure 30% of endorsements, 30% of the vote is crazy. That means people are understandably frustrated with the incumbent, with the Democrat incumbent, okay? It's fucking mind-boggling. Just not against Republicans, but against their left flank. God forbid there are more Zorons that create momentum in the party and cause constituents to actively demand more from representatives. Nobody I know like Fry. There's a small gay bar in Minneapolis called the 19 Bar that was closed for a bit over a year due to a fire. Mayor Fry tried to visit during its reopening, and he got ousted by the people who were there because he's so hated. He said he wasn't invited. Fate has been targeted by smear campaigns since before he was elected to the state senate. His fellow senators have been trying to associate him with crimes for years. Nothing sticks because there's nothing there. It's harassment from Dems and Republicans. Yeah. I mean, similar thing that happened with Ilhan Omar as well. She has been attacked by both the Democrats and the Republicans endlessly. And it is pure racism. It's Islamophobia. It's racism. It's a fear of progressive candidates running for office. It's a real choose your own adventure. I said this already. It's like whether they like it or not, we will forcibly pull the Democratic Party in a direction that actually genuinely engages in harm reduction, and then hopefully we will pull this country in a direction. They can come kicking and screaming. It doesn't matter if it's done through the Democratic Party. It doesn't matter if it's done through a third party. There's no other option. This is the most peaceful way of trying to manage the situation that's in front of us. Clearly, if it's left up to the corporate Democrats, it's going to inevitably lead to even more violence, full-blown Nazi authoritarian governance. What is this?
The inner
Fox Business discussing Zohran Mamdani appearing with controversial Hassan the Hun.
circle of the self-described Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani is increasingly including more experienced political operatives, including his campaign manager, who previously worked for some high-profile progressives, including Senator Elizabeth Warren and former New York Congressman Jamal Bowman. Meanwhile, one of the key minds behind Mamdani's campaign ads is a 28-year-old senior advisor who describes himself as hating status quo politics.
Wow. Wasn't there another candidate who also kind of ran on that? Oh, that's right. That was Trump. You guys love him.
Now, Mamdani also embraces alternative media, including an appearance back in April with controversial Twitch streamer Hassan Piker, who's been accused by
Mamdani appeared on controversial Twitch stream
by New York Congressman Richie Torres of anti-Semitism and saying that America deserved 9/11. Piker says his words were taken out of context. Mamdani told Politico, quote, "I am willing to speak to each and every person about this campaign, and I've said that from the beginning. For far too long, we've seen, especially in our party, an inability to speak on platforms that we know so many are listening to and engaging with simply because we have disagreements with those that host those platforms." President Trump calls Mamdani a communist. Mamdani calls himself a democratic socialist, and a volunteer on his campaign says it doesn't really matter.
Bro, wait, 821, 6 years on, still hitting? Yep. Fox News on 821 again, baby. Nothing changes. Bro, this is not good for you, is it? I wouldn't want to be on Fox. I mean, it's inevitability. The reality of the matter is getting shit on by Fox is awesome. I love it. I wear it as a badge of honor. What frustrates me more is when liberals attack me with the exact same reasoning and the exact same faulty smears that Fox deploys, because I still believe that liberals are salvageable, like that you can convince liberals to recognize that, like, we have the same opinions. Okay? That's why it's very frustrating when so much of the supposedly apolitical sphere that masquerade as like liberals who keep aligning themselves with right-wingers are so damaging to that charitability that I need for people to understand that I'm not like fucking bullshitting. 6 years later, I'm still being covered on Fox News on 8/21. Liberals are more malleable than online liberals. Oh no, for sure. No, I think everyone is convincible because our values are not fucking insane. Okay, our values are just. Who doesn't want people to have a fairer shake? You know what I mean? Who doesn't want to fucking help the poor? I mean, there are some for sure, but like the average person, regardless of whatever political designation they associate with, the average person is not as cruel as the way they present themselves on the internet. Okay, 100%. Everyone is convincible. I don't know what 8/21 means, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. That's when I said America deserved 9/11 on 8/21/2019. They are crueler. That's not true. That's not true. Also, you can't give up, man. Stop. I hate this defeatist attitude that people have when they're just like, oh, they're not salvageable. They're not salvageable. We can't, we just can't fucking change people's minds at all. Through reason, through advocacy. Okay, then why do you do anything? Just don't do anything then. Fuck it. Just give up, I guess. No one is irredeemable. Okay, it's just a matter of how much time, effort, and aggressive pushes you can make. That's it. And obviously, for some, it's so. The endeavor is so unimaginably long that they're basically irredeemable. Okay? So you pick and choose who you can convince. There are certainly plenty of people who have become irredeemable monsters in the process, but I never stopped trying to change people's minds until it reached a point where it was just not worth all of the effort. Obviously, one of the best examples of this is my former podcast co-host. I'm not saying there isn't a point where you just like give up on people. Yeah, it's good for your mental sanity, and I think it's good to try to find better targets. But that doesn't mean that your starting point. What is this? C9 Reaper Faker Killer Hide on Lane Pole Belter Testosterone. Okay. If I didn't have this stubborn mindset, I would not be able to achieve any fucking results. There wouldn't be a community this large. Okay? There are plenty of people in here. Who's had their minds changed on one issue or many issues. Palestinians risking arrest to protest Israel's war in Gaza. I'm going to skip this, actually. We got Hurricane Aaron. Let's do Hurricane Aaron updates.
The beaches along the East Coast are taking a beating as Hurricane Aaron spins about 200 miles from the North Carolina shore.
Does the no one is irredeemable include fascists? Yes. Technically, it also includes fascists as well. But you're missing the other point that I'm making. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I forgot the other key component of my Israel coverage today was going to be this. Before I move on from this, sorry, and get into hurricane updates. I know Stinky's waiting. Yes, no one is irredeemable. Okay, no one is born a fascist. They become a fascist. Okay, and technically, yes, even the most extreme example that you can think of is not a completely irredeemable person. But that's why I say, like, there is a limit to how much time you have at your disposal. So obviously make more productive uses of your time, which is precisely the reason why I said it's okay to, after fighting and trying, at a certain point, you're going to have to give up.
We're working with Clark.
Oh, the ride-along is happening now?
One of the big ones, the biggest here by far, actually. And we're going to be not so much building, it's cleaning and fixing and redoing and putting brand new surfaces down on your roads and streets. And when people come in from the airport all the way to the Capitol or the White House or any place else they're going to say, boy, this place is spotless. So we're doing that. Most importantly, though, we're going to have a crowd of people that are going to be happy. I've received more phone calls from people in the last 4 days than I ever have. I've been here now 4 years plus. And by the way, I think we had about the best 7 months, they're saying, that any president's had. We've done a lot of work. We've done a lot of good work, including the biggest tax cuts that you've ever had. I know you guys don't care about taxes, so you don't care about saving a little tax, but you saved a lot of tax, actually. But we've had a great period of time. But I've never received so many phone calls thanking me for what we've done in Washington, D.C., from people that haven't gone to a restaurant literally in 4 years. And they said, you know, what you've done it's unprecedented, because what they said, it was just unsafe. We couldn't do it. We'd go out and you'd see the stories, you'd read the stories, you'd see all of the things that are happening. And they said, we couldn't stand it, sir. And now I take my wife and my kids to dinner. One of them said he's gone out 4 nights in a row, and he hadn't gone out for 4 years. So it's a great tribute to you. And when I look at
again, every part of this is just made up. Okay, every part of this is just fucking made up. Oh, people can't go out to get dinner for 4 years because of the crime. That is insane. Either you are talking to an insane person, okay, who is experiencing bouts of insanity in the process of telling you this story, or you just made it the fuck up. But it doesn't matter, because people don't live in D.C. And those who don't live in D.C., when you're making this a national story, will believe you. One, because you're the president, and two, because you're responding to like already age-old tropes, like D.C. is a black city. Black people are scary. They're criminals. They're violent. Black teenagers are going to come and do the knockout game challenge or whatever.
I just wanted to thank you all. You're doing incredible. You're incredible people. You make the country run, frankly. You make the whole place run. We're going to have the best Capitol ever. We're going to have it's going to look better than it ever did. Even at the White House, I'm building a ballroom. They've been after a ballroom for 150 years, but they never had a real estate guy as a president. You know, I've done a lot of ballrooms, and we're going to make this one the best of them all. But we're doing a real job. As far as the country's concerned, we're respected again. We had a country that was...
Yeah, also, D.C. dining has already plummeted, except it's because of Trump's crime crackdown. D.C. restaurant dining plunges as Trump's crime crackdown continues. The number of patrons dining out in D.C. has plummeted since President Trump deployed federal troops across the city. It turns out people don't want to go out and fucking enjoy a nice night out when there are literally armed thugs roaming the fucking streets, masked Gestapo officers, the fucking military. The largest drop-off was last Wednesday, when the number of diners dipped by 31%. Despite this data, the president told Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky in the Oval Office on Monday that restaurants in the district are busier than ever. But hey, guess what, dude? You could just make up a completely fucking fabricated reality. You can just make it up. Who's going to check you? It's the same as Donald Trump's militancy against migrants and tourist visa recipients has caused a major dip in tourism into the country. Okay? Turns out when you tell people over and over and over again that, you know, they shouldn't come here because we'll throw you in jail if you come here because we fucking hate you, because we're violent monsters, then people go, okay, I guess I'm not coming to America then. But it doesn't matter, because Trump was told by other world leaders that America is hot, hot, hot.
In other words, we have to at least double it up to be competitive and to be leading. And we're more than doubling it up. And what I'm doing is I'm letting all of these very rich companies, and they've got nothing, but they got a lot of money, and they want to invest it in the United States. And they're building big plants, but they're building electric plants with it. I said, you build your building, and these are buildings that cost 30, 40, 50 billion dollars when you include everything that's inside, all the technology. I said, I'm going to let you build electric plants to fire your own electricity, and anything that you have left over, you sell it back into the grid. So all of these big factories that are being built are building their own electric plants fired by oil and gas. They're not fired by wind, by the way, because wind doesn't work, but we won't say that. It destroys everything. It looks terrible. It's a very expensive form of energy. And we're not doing wind. We're going back to fossil fuel. I hope not too many of you people are going to be upset, but we have to go back to what works. We can't be foolish. But we're building massive electric plants all over the country. The companies are building, and then they sell it back into the grid. But we're building numbers that nobody's ever seen. We're auto plants. We have many auto plants going up, whereas during the last 4 years, as you know, we had like none. People weren't investing here. So where they weren't investing and they were leaving. But I just finished by saying this. So I was with the King of Saudi Arabia. I was with all of the NATO leaders a couple of weeks ago, and they are putting up not 2%, but 5%. They said 5% of GDP. That's a lot of money. They'll have trillions of dollars put up. They were putting up 2, but they weren't paying it. Now they're putting up 5, and they're all paying it. And they all said the same thing. They said, 1 year ago, your country was dead. We never thought it was coming back. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. These are the leaders of other countries, the prime ministers and the presidents, every one of them said essentially the same thing, said we had a dead country, and we were. We felt that way, and we were. And this place was emblematic of it with the crime, the horrible crime. And, you know, I watch these phony reports. Oh, we were on the way back. They weren't on the way back. It was worse than ever just a short while ago, but now it's going to be, I think now, right now, it's better than it has been in years. And in a couple of weeks, it's going to be even far better than that. And everybody's safe now. Everybody feels safe. And they're all coming in. And people are now coming in. They're making reservations to come in. They want to be in Washington, D.C. One of the things we're going to be redoing is your parks. I'm very good at grass because I have a lot of golf courses all over the place. I know more about grass than any human being, I think, anywhere in the world. And we're going to be regrassing all of your parks, all brand new sprinkler systems, the best that you can buy, just like Augusta. No, it'll look like Augusta. It'll look like, more importantly, Trump National Golf Club. That's even better. But we're going to have all brand new, beautiful grass. You know, like everything else, grass has a life. Do you know that? Grass has a life. You know, we have a life and grass has a life. And the grass here died about 40 years ago. So we're going to be rebuilding all of your parks, and it's going to happen fast. It's going to go up like a miracle. So you do the job on safety, and I'll get this place fixed up physically, and we're going to be so proud of it at the end of 6 months. But let's say at the end of a year, this place will be maxed out in terms of beauty. You'll have all new surfaces. You'll have all new medians. Everything's going to look beautiful. A lot of your signs are going to be taken down. They've been up for 40 years. They look like hell. They're barely standing up. They're falling off their holders. And we're going to have all new everything. And I want to just thank Doug for doing such an incredible job. You've been unbelievable. You're a popular guy. No, he's an amazing guy. He's an amazing guy. Everybody love him. We love you. And his wife is so incredible. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. And Pam, thank you very much. What a job. People don't realize. They're going to see. She'll go down as the greatest Attorney General we've had. I really mean it, too. And where's my Christy? You dear. Thank you very much. She's been incredible. And she can ride a horse like nobody. She gets on those horses. She rips those horses around. But I want to thank you very much. And Steve Miller, so fantastic. And Todd Blanche, who's been with me so long, and he's one of the best lawyers you'll ever find. And we're having a lot of victories. I had a victory today. You know, they stole $550 million from me with a fake case, and it was overturned. They said this was a fake case. It's a terrible thing. But that's a nice victory, you know. I mean, it's not bad. You know, we all have our limits, but this was a terrible thing that done. It was a witch hunt, and I've had more witch hunts than any human being, I think, in history. And here we are with the President of the United States, so it didn't work out too well for them, but maybe now it's turned a little bit. These are very dishonest people. We have to fight. We have to win because we have to win. And you people are winners, and I just think it's such an honor to be with you. And
the D.C. remodel is just a testing ground for military takeover of a major city in the country, and it's one that they can actually do without like a lot of tremendous resistance because D.C. is not a state. It's a black city.
I want to thank you all very much.
Okay.
It's an honor to be with you, and we'll always be with you.
And also on top of that, it has different rules, I guess, because it's a District of Columbia, not like a fully fledged American state.
President Trump, on behalf of everybody that's here in law enforcement, I think I absolutely want to extend gratitude to you, because under your leadership, you're bringing back respect for this profession.
No, the majority population is not black.
You go, and some of these folks know wherever you
That's not like
backstage before you speak.
On average, black people represent 13% of the population. So when we say a city is like a black city, we mean that it's like higher than 13%. And even DC in and of itself is no longer as black as it once was.
President Trump's ended 6 wars. He's brought taxes down, regulations down. He's brought record foreign investment like he was talking about. He's done all of those things in 6 months. But what does he really care about? You hear him talk about the wars. He wants to end the killing. And here in D.C., he wants to end the killing. He wants to end it in every city in America, because if we're the greatest country in the world, you shouldn't be afraid to be able to go out for dinner. He cares about the people that live in this city and in every city, and that's why this is happening right now, and this is what leadership looks like, that in a matter of a week, this is a message to every city in the country, and it's a message to every capital in the world that America, the greatest country in the world, is going to have the most beautiful capital and the safest capital in the world because of all of you. So thank you, everybody that's here tonight. Thank you, President Trump, for making it all possible.
Thank you all. President, I'm looking at all these faces. They're out here every single night. I'm getting to know everyone on a first-name basis. All of our great Metro PD, General Blanchard with the Guard, all of our federal agencies are out here, our amazing park police. They are working hand in hand to make D.C. safe. They're out here working midnights every night because they love our country, they love our city, and they love you. They're all telling me that. Are we going to get to meet look at them getting a thumbs up. They're all out here going, are we going to meet the president? I told you. So, and I think you brought some food for him, didn't you, President?
So we have great hamburgers cooked by the White House, and we have pizza that I said don't do it in the White House because we went to a place that makes the best pizza. So we'll concede. But we have a lot of it, so we're going to have some fun. We'll eat, and I'll eat with you, and we're going to have a little fun. We're going to celebrate, but then we're going to get back to work, and we're going to take care of these criminals. We're going to put them where they have to be. You're going to say, don't play around with us. Don't play around with us. So let's go have something to eat. You're going to like the hamburgers? Would you rather have hamburgers from the White House or pizzas from a good place, huh? I think you want, they want the hamburgers. Have a good time, everybody. Thank you very much. Christy, thank you very much, Charlie. Thank you, everybody.
I can't get over how fucking stupid this is as well, by the way. It's just like, it's an objectively stupid action. Like, everything is objectively dumb. It's not just like violent, hostile takeover, testing grounds for like a military takeover elsewhere. Wait, what is this?
We have Leo 2.0. Whoa. Judge, I didn't see you over there. It's lucky I spotted her. It's lucky I spotted her. I would have been in big trouble. And Leo, Leo 2.0, we love Leo. He's a great prosecutor, that's for sure. They both started off really as law enforcement and top lawyers and judges and law enforcement, and that's how they became famous. Then they went into show business, and everyone thought, gee, were they real? But they were the real deal, and you're both doing great. Thank you very much. Pam, do you want to say something? Janine, please.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all of you. Every night when you hit the street, you make a difference, not just for us, but for everyone in the district. They are grateful for what you do. They are.
Okay, I can't. Okay. Washington, D.C. isn't even the top 25 U.S. cities by violent crime rate. Here are the top 10 in 2024, all objectively more unsafe than D.C., Memphis, Oakland, Detroit, Little Rock, Baltimore, Cleveland, Kansas City, Milwaukee, St. Louis, and Dayton. Here are the top cities by specific crimes tracked in FBI's Uniform Crime Reports. Murder, Birmingham, rape, Anchorage, robbery, Oakland, aggravated assault, Memphis, arson, Eugene, burglary, Seattle, larceny, Memphis, motor vehicle theft, Oakland. Someone says, I was just in Memphis and had a great time free of crime. Aaron responds, yeah, because crime rates are not guarantees of danger. Just as it's true that D.C. has a genuine issue with gun violence, it's also true that the overwhelming majority of visitors to our city come here and have nothing bad happen to them. Trump calls Washington the most unsafe place anywhere, but with 78% of D.C. residents say they feel very or somewhat safe in their neighborhoods, and only 17% support a federal takeover. New from Washington Post. New poll from Washington Post. What do you say to people who just appreciate this and want it done to other cities? Oh, you just sit and wait. When it does happen to their cities, they'll realize that it's not so great. There are plenty of people who voted for Trump in my city. There are plenty of people who voted for Trump in my state. And once the fucking mass thugs came around to fucking start kidnapping people at like courts and shit, they realized, oh, it's not so great. This was a lie. This wasn't a good idea at all. This was a very bad idea. That's it. But at that point, it's like fucking far too late. You know what I mean? The point is, this is not being done because there is a real need for it. It's not even a real solution to the issues that people are facing, even as it pertains to violent crime. Okay? A solution to lowering violent crime rates is not increased militancy by the police. A real long-term solution is to eradicate poverty. I tweeted about this while it was going on. I said, we are at the mercy of a maniacal movement that simply makes up things to get mad at, only to implement the most violent solutions to the hysteria they've caused, all while the real issues like the affordability crisis only worsen. And I go so far as to say that this is the reason why they're doing things such as implementing a military takeover of D.C. It's because they don't want to solve the real issues. Anyway, it's just, do you see the political lolcow Todd Pissboy Starnes interview Trump? Who the fuck is Todd Starnes? I have no idea who that is. All right, let's continue. A couple things I wanted to cover with updates. As the Gaza City forcible military occupation is worsening by the moment, Israel is demanding that 65,000 reservists get called back into duty. Unfollow? Okay. Sorry, I don't know who Todd Pissboy Starnum is. Have a good one. All the while, Plus 972 magazine reports Israeli army database suggests at least 83% of Gaza dead were civilians. Classified intelligence from May reveals Israel believed it had killed some 8,900 militants in its attacks on Gaza, indicating a proportion of civilian slaughter with few parallels in modern warfare, a joint investigation finds. 23 months of genocide, and Israel's own internal estimates show that they've only killed 8,900 quote-unquote militants. Okay? And for the record, this number is actually far worse, because if the number is 8,900 matched up with the official estimates, that is a severe undercount, then the percentage is actually far worse if you look at the totality of the death. This is not new for Israel, of course. Here it is, Noah Colwin. Named fighters listed as dead or probably dead in Israeli database as of May 2025 in comparison to other conflicts and global conflicts tracked by UCDP since 1989. Civilians made up a greater proportion of the dead only in Srebrenica, although not the Bosnian War overall, in the Rwandan genocide, and during the Russian siege of Mariupol in 2022, Peterson said. These numbers are already cooked as well, for the record. But Shael Ben Ephraim, former Zionist, now turned anti-Zionist, also has some choice words on this, because 8,900 is most likely not all militants regardless. Civilians are also being considered, like people who work for the police force in Gaza are also considered active military combatants or whatever. Okay? So that's number one. Number two, the total number is not at 52,000 or 60,000. The total number of killed Palestinians is far larger than that, which means that it's not even 83%. IDF is not targeting Hamas. They're targeting Gaza civilians. This certainly is a lower count than in reality. The IDF calls all sorts of civilians terrorists. For example, journalist Anas al-Sharif is considered a terrorist by them. An Israeli intelligence source told Guardian, people are promoted to the rank of terrorists after their death, said one intelligence source who accompanied forces on the ground. If I had listened to the brigade, I would have come to the conclusion that we had killed 200% Hamas operatives in the area. Remember the IDF, number three, remember the IDF knows the names of Hamas members and not of civilians, so is far more likely to record them. In addition, the Gazan authorities are more likely to know Hamas names than those of random civilians who disappeared, since they are better connected. Therefore, the list likely overestimate Hamas and underestimate civilians. Number 4, many bodies have never been recovered or identified, especially those buried under rubble or lost in the destruction. The Gaza Health Ministry only counts recovered bodies, so thousands of civilian deaths are likely missing from the official tallies. The IDF's militant lists are based on seized documents and intelligence, which may not include newly recruited or underground fighters. Meanwhile, civilians who disappear without record are less likely to be counted, skewing the data towards undercounting civilian deaths. In the chaos of war, soldiers may misclassify casualties, often labeling unknown people as militants to justify strikes and avoid accountability. This inflates militant numbers and hides civilian deaths. Number 7, displaced persons and unregistered residents who die or disappear may not appear on any list, and in some cases may be incorrectly recorded as militants if suspected of affiliation. Number 8, indirect civilian deaths caused by destruction of hospitals, infrastructure, and lack of humanitarian access, such as from starvation, disease, or untreated injuries, are often not counted as war casualties, hiding the full civilian toll. Therefore, the real numbers are likely significantly worse. I strongly believe there are over 100,000 dead directly and indirectly, that it's closer to 9 out of 10 are civilians. It's even higher than that, because the number is even higher than 100,000 most likely. Even 100,000 is a low estimate. The 90% of casualties in war are civilians thing is a myth based on a misunderstanding. When the percentage gets into the 80s, it's basically only infamous genocides that reach that high of a percentage ratio. Even through direct combat, there's two different metrics that you need to apply here. If you obviously factor in like additional deaths born out of like no access to a healthcare infrastructure or things of that nature, or displacement, you obviously arrive at a much larger estimate. But if you look at just simply civilians and combatants that have been slaughtered by the Israeli genocidal army through direct warfare, like just like bombing a building and there's civilians in the building, okay, then even those numbers are much higher, I think. Those numbers are most likely higher than 100,000 as well. I've talked about the limitations that the Gaza Health Ministry has in terms of collecting the most accurate data, because Israel has destroyed every hospital in the Strip. So all we have are estimations. We can't figure out an exact number and the number remains around like 62,000 or something. And that is a severe undercount due to the fact that there are tens of thousands of people under the rubble that have not been collected, due to the fact that there are still mass graves that are being unearthed in areas where Palestinians are allowed to go back to. The only way to figure out exactly what that number looks like is by matching up the previous population before October 7 and then matching up to the end the population of Palestinians that remain in Gaza after the final solution has been implemented, it seems, when the dust is settled, or hopefully when the peoples of the world are capable of stopping Israel's genocide. It is unimaginable cruelty. That's what genocide looks like. Meanwhile, here's what Benjamin Netanyahu's bullshit is when he's talking about the further military incursion into the Gaza City, trying to turn Gaza City into Rafah, just like leveling it to the ground.
We are in the decision-making stage. I arrived at the Gaza Division today to approve the IDF presented to me and to the Minister of Defense for taking over Gaza City and defeating Hamas. I greatly appreciate the commitment of the reserve soldiers and the regular army to this vital goal. At the same time, I instructed to begin immediate negotiations for the release of all our hostages and to end the war on terms acceptable to Israel. These two things, defeating Hamas and releasing all the hostages, go hand in hand.
I think they're going to fail to mobilize reservists. I don't think that they're going to get the numbers that they feel are necessary. No way. Israeli occupying force soldiers, terrorists, keep fucking smoking themselves over and over again. They keep killing themselves. They have consistently underreported the number of casualties as well. They deliberately keep that stuff hidden. And I'm not even talking about like PTSD and shit. I'm talking like dudes whose arms have blown up, dudes whose legs have blown up, dudes who've gotten their dick shot off. I don't know. I don't know if they have the necessary manpower or the willingness to continue. This is what CNN calls exhaustion. Okay. Netanyahu here is echoing the line taken by Barry Weiss that if a child dies of malnutrition but also had a pre-existing condition, their death is not newsworthy. Netanyahu argues such news should be suppressed by algorithms. As we reported at Dropsite News, Meta has an entire desk dedicated to instantly approving Israeli government demands of censorship.
You know,
Netanyahu calls for censorship. Israel is accused of starving children, pretty much the way in the Middle Ages Jews were accused of killing Christian children for their blood. We have to do something about the algorithms at social networks. This was on the Trigonometry podcast.
you know, it's very hard to fight the, the deception, the lies, the starved children, the pictures of starved children who turn out to have cerebral palsy or other congenital diseases that leave them emaciated. And Israel is, of course, accused of starving children, pretty much the way that in the Middle Ages Jews were accused.
Yeah, he's just saying it's blood libel.
Of killing Christian children for their blood. So, you know, what do you do against the lie that circles the earth 10 times before the truth has a chance to emerge? You have to shorten the war as speedily as possible. And frankly, we also have to do something about the algorithms and the social networks. This is a big challenge. I don't want to dismiss it. You know, it's very hard to find.
Yeah, we gotta fucking, you know, we gotta keep tweaking the algo, dude. Come on now. What are we doing here? You know? Tweak that shit, baby. It's great. We are unable to control the narrative.
Photos.
We gotta start deporting people too. Anyway, deport Hassan. Deported. Deport Hassan, IG. Deport me to where? I'm an American citizen, fuckface. Suck my dick. Good luck. Suck my entire dick. Suck it, bitch. Deport him. Deport him. Deport Hassan, bitch. Good luck with that shit, dumbass. Please, deport him. He hurts my feelings. He scares me. Please. Imagine being such a fucking coward, dude. Anyway, last thing I want to mention here is Hamas made remarkable concessions to Israel in its latest acceptance of a ceasefire, according to documents obtained by Jeremy Scale, including major territorial concessions and allowing GHF to continue operating. Accepting such a draconian offer appears to be a test to see whether Israel is willing to accept any ceasefire at all. Among the concessions Hamas made was dropping its demands that Israel withdraw entirely from the Philadelphia corridor, running along the border with Egypt in southern Gaza. Hamas also agreed to remove language that would have prevented the U.S. and Israeli-imposed aid scheme run by GHF from remaining in Gaza after a ceasefire went into effect. Over 2,000 Palestinians have been killed seeking aid since GHF took over distribution in May. Additionally, against its previous terms, Hamas consented to propose Israeli buffer zones already enclosing Gaza that would extend deeper into the enclave, and in some cases agreeing to points that stretch 1,500 meters inside the territory. Before people fucking come in here and say some dumb shit like, oh, Hamas wants people to die. It's just they are not. Like, their demands were unimaginably reasonable. Their demands have always been reasonable. A permanent cessation of hostilities and a full withdrawal of Israeli forces in the Gaza Strip have been reasonable. It's a non-starter. And even then, they've gone above and beyond, knowing full well that Israel's just not going to fucking actually agree to any of these terms. That's it. Because they have no goal of actually stopping the bloodshed, because their goal is genocide. In July, Hamas agreed in full with 10 of the 13 terms laid out in what President Donald Trump said was the final proposal for a ceasefire deal. The outline was drafted by Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and Israel's Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer. According to the framework, Hamas would agree to the release of total 10 living Israeli captives and 18 deceased over a 2-month period. There are believed to be approximately 50 remaining Israeli captives in Gaza, 20 of whom Israel believes are alive. Even when Hamas is engaging in total capitulation and a continued military occupation and genocide, Israel's still like, oh man, no, we're just going to keep doing whatever the fuck we've been doing. Okay? Also, remember the Atlantic Council? You might know this name because Ethan Klein had a member of the Atlantic Council, the Palestinian, the fake Palestinian who calls himself Gazan, okay, Ahmed Fuad al-Khatib, on his broadcast to fundraise for the Atlantic Council, a right-wing, pro-American military think tank under the auspices of fundraising for Palestinians, an abject lie. Anyway, here it is. An Atlantic Council fellow is talking to Al Jazeera about the organization's funding from weapons manufacturers.
How can you unravel from the interests of weapons companies when there's money coming in from them? So I'm just trying to understand what the reasoning is behind that.
I think you're right that it's something that a lot of people have commented on, the relationship.
Bro, he sounds exactly how you would imagine. Oh my God, these fucking nerds, dude.
The relationship between, the interests, and we see this, we see this often. But I would say that, if you're interested in learning more about the Atlantic Council's intellectual independence policy, I can connect you with people at my company who can.
Yeah. Airbus, General Atomics, Accenture, RTX, Palantir, Lockheed Martin, Thales Group, Northrop Grumman, Saab. I can't believe it. Hardly a surprise he'd react like this, but what's even more shocking is the numbers. Between 2018 and 2022, the Atlantic Council took on over $2 million from the U.S. State Department and another $1 million from Raytheon, one of the biggest names in the weapons trade. This has to be a bot, right? It sounds like ChatGPT. You don't need to be a cynic to see the symmetry. Basically, the donor supplies the arms, the council supplies the argument. It took in roughly $10.2 million from defense contracts between 2019 and 2023, according to a 2025 Quincy Institute study. Reports published during these periods repeatedly endorsed NATO expansion and increased defense spending. Positions directly align with the financial interests of their sponsors. Yeah. Great stuff. Remember, these are the guys who are supposed to be trying to find a just and meaningful solution to this war, this quote-unquote conflict. Cam Higby says, I just left the Gaza Strip. I was in a singular lot that contained enough aid to feed every Gazan for days. Look at the palace behind me. You are being lied to. Okay? This is one of these TikTok influencers, I guess. A personality for today's America, news and commentary, field reporting, undercover journalism. Doing such great undercover journalism by basically behaving like a mouthpiece for the Israeli state. It was him and that other dude, by the way, that went to Israel recently to do another Hasbara push for the state. Far be it from me to question the state of Israel's media strategy, but this is one of the only guys who could get this to do this for you.
This is all intentional. It's Hamas's
PragerU producer Cam Higby
plan. The problem is that their plan is essentially to spread this propaganda throughout the internet by using, sorry guys.
All right, let's go to RA's Cam. Get yourself together there, my friend.
The launching of missiles from densely populated urban areas like the Gaza Strip, it essentially, they want people to see what is happening. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Ari, I want to get to this politically.
This is
God made him stop. God made him stop the lie. Like, what the fuck? Bro is literally, he's choking on it, dude. That's what it is. It's Israel's penis. Straight blowing bubbles. He's like, ugh, sorry. By the nines, I'm tweaking. Yeah, he couldn't get it out. He couldn't get it out at all. Anyway, here's Trump going on a patrol with the National Guard and the police.
Trump says he is going on patrol in Washington tonight as the administration presses forward with its federal government takeover of policing in the nation's capital. Let's bring in CBS News White House reporter Willie James Emmons. So when you hear going on patrol, what is that about? What details do we know?
Hey there, Jerika. Well, scant details coming from the White House as of now, but earlier today in a radio interview, President Trump said that he would essentially go on patrol with local police, with the military, of course. The president called the National Guard into parts of D.C. to patrol. He also called for federal agents from multiple government law enforcement agencies to patrol the streets of Washington, D.C., as well as that federal takeover of the police department for at least the next 30 days. We, of course, know that Vice President J.D. Vance visited Union Station, that is the central train station here in D.C., to visit and thank troops. But we'll, of course, bring you more details once the White House releases that information in terms of when and where President Trump will go. As of now, the guidance from the White House, there's no public events for the president, but we'll, of course, bring that to you once we have it.
So I want to turn, Willie James, to the U.S. and European Union. They've unveiled new details about the framework of its trade deal.
Oh, yeah, this is the other dude that went he's also PragerU. Xavier DuRousseau, Uncle Tom's favorite nephew, Gen Z activist, PragerU personality. Israel is not blocking food from entering Gaza. There's enough food at this base to feed every person in Gaza for at least a week, but the UN, Hamas, and refuses to distribute the food efficiently. What is this? Look at this pic of him. Fucking loser, man. Oh my God. Yes, I know he's another PragerU dipshit. Never let fear stop you from seeking the truth. Checking in from Gaza to learn where the humanitarian aid is going. Thanks, man. You really showed us. Chicken legs. Yeah. Hit the gym, loser. God damn. Defending a genocide in hoochie daddy shorts is insane. I mean, you have to be a real freakish monster to defend Israel. So, especially at this stage. So clearly, the Kerem Shalom crossing is now just a massive lot full of aid meant for foreign journals to do photo ops to sell the genocide. The IDF has spoiled over 1,000 aid trucks at this location. Yeah, it's not journalists. It's just like fake mouthpiece, propaganda mouthpiece agents. Yeah, President Trump is going to go out and patrol D.C. tonight. Shock and awe force. We're taking our country back from these cockroaches. Just to start. His dick is so hard, dude. Oh, hell yeah. IDF did YouTube ads with them. Yeah, they're fucking disgusting. They're disgusting.
Going out tonight.
What the fuck is this AI image? Trump says he's going out and patrol in D.C. tonight with the National Guard and police. We already covered it. We even covered the fucking... I'll give you guys more updates on it when there's more information that comes out, okay? You think he's going to try to shoot homeless in the middle of the street? No, but I do think that there will be a lot of protests. I mean, this ain't Damascus with Bashar al-Assad, you know what I mean? Well, if it was up to Trump, it would be Damascus with Bashar al-Assad. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I suspect that people will protest against it. And then we'll see what happens when people get arrested for protesting against the president. While Trump is eating burgers with the National Guard, D.C. residents are chanting free D.C. and fuck Trump in the neighborhoods the president is slated to patrol this evening. It's going to be a weird night tonight in D.C., I think. Yes, I know Xavier calls himself Uncle Tom's favorite nephew. All right, here's Hurricane Aaron.
The beaches along the East Coast are taking a beating as Hurricane Aaron spins about 200 miles from the North Carolina shore. Growing waves threatening homes and businesses, some already damaged by the overwash.
These are houses that no longer have a protective dune in front of them. They're very vulnerable to the waves, to the high surf.
North Carolina's Outer Banks bearing the brunt of Aaron's wrath. Highways submerged as crews race to reinforce the protective dunes. Parts of Highway 12, the main road that runs the length of the barrier islands, closed overnight, and it could stay that way for days. North Carolina's governor pre-positioning swiftwater rescue teams and National Guard troops, urging people to stay away from flooded roads.
Don't do it. You do not know how deep the water is or how fast it is running.
As hurricanes move north, they expand. And Aaron's tropical storm force wind field is huge, extending 320 miles outside the center. Like a bulldozer shoving water at the coast, it's whipping up powerful rip currents. Many beaches shut down. Officials on the New Jersey shore warning people to not only stay out of the water, but off the beach entirely.
You can get a rogue set of waves coming in, and if you're on the beach, comes in, or take your feet right out from under you and pull you right out.
So when high tide comes in tonight, you have the water already pushing up. Imagine doubling the waves. Those homes are some of the, concerns when you don't have that barrier to protect them. Let's go straight to the satellite because I want to take you through the path and the timing here. Most importantly, this is about as close as it gets to the Outer Banks. So they're feeling the biggest impacts now. It will keep moving to the north, then northeast, and it will jet away. But now
I love when these reporters will be like, hey, by the way, just so you know, reporting from the beach, don't come here. It's very dangerous to be on the beach where I'm at currently. Please do not come here. Stay away from the water. Do not stand in it, as I am doing at this very moment.
Not before it has all these coastal flood alerts for 1 to 3 feet of inundation from New Haven, Connecticut, all the way down to Myrtle Beach. Those tropical storm warnings in place in North Carolina. Look at the winds because it's, breezy out here, I'd call it, but it is downright gusty in the Outer Banks, up to 50-mile-per-hour gusts. We will see that by tonight. Look at Atlantic City at 40 miles per hour. That's Thursday, 7 p.m. Nantucket's kicking overnight. And then by tomorrow night, things...
Stinky. Aaron is the first hurricane in the Atlantic of 2025 Atlantic hurricane season, already made history over the weekend. Hurricane Aaron went through an explosive rapid intensification cycle where it went from 75 miles per hour Cat 1 to 160 miles per hour Cat 5 in over 24 hours. Its minimum pressure experienced 70 millibar drop within the same period, going from 996 millibars to 915 millibars. At its peak so far, Aaron had wind speeds of 160 miles per hour and a minimum pressure of 915 millibars. On Saturday night, EST, Aaron went through an eye wall replacement cycle, which caused the storm to weaken, but only down to a Cat 4. This is not uncommon, as storms restructure themselves often, and is good for us, as it causes the storm to weaken. Sorry, not trying to be annoying. Okay, thank you, Stinky, for the update on Hurricane Aaron. Feels good as fuck for the hurricane when it's restructuring its walls. Feels good as fuck for the hurricane when it restructures its back walls. Now, as of 4 p.m. EDT, Hurricane Aaron is a Cat 2 hurricane with wind speeds of 100 miles per hour and a minimum pressure of 952 millibars. Aaron is following its predicted path and pulling away from the coast and moving out into the Atlantic. Also, Aaron is something like 600 to 700 million miles in diameter. Allegedly, that number will not likely be 100% accurate until the tropical cyclone report is published in a few months. A tropical storm warning has been issued for Bermuda, and the beachgoers are still cautioned against swimming on the U.S. East Coast beaches because of deadly surf and rip currents. Storm surge warning is still in effect for the Outer Banks. North Carolina tropical storm warning is still in effect for the northern coast of North Carolina and Virginia coast up to Chincoteague, VA. New York, New Jersey has banned swimming as a result of rip/surf currents. Okay. Back to Donald Trump now.
The vice president,
or not
the
Donald
Secretary
Trump,
of Defense,
but Vance and Hexit laugh in D.C. protesters' face. Based.
And Stephen Miller showed up at Union Station, that they weren't necessarily warmly embraced.
Well, you showed me video of the National Guard playing with some kids in one community. We know that the vice president and Pete Hegseth were there at Union Station buying Shake Shack, buying food for the National Guard. They've arrested 550 people, made D.C. safe again.
One of the points that the vice president made was the demographics yesterday. And he was talking about how, I don't know if a lot of people know, but the nickname for Washington, D.C. was once Chocolate City because of the large amount of black residents that were there. And the vice president made the point, why do you have these white liberals out there condemning this when the black residents are praising this because they want to feel...
Yeah, black people love being under military occupation, famously. Dude, everyone's a liberal at the end of the day. Remember, look at this. How is this any different than Joe Biden being like, well, black people don't want me to drop out, so you're racist if you want me to drop out? Just make some shit up. Black people actually like this decision, and it's white liberals who don't like this decision. Actually, black people that love this decision of a permanent military occupation on their streets.
Future too. A small percentage of the population shouldn't be able to determine if people are able to.
Meanwhile, the admin is literally posting photos of people that they're just like grabbing from the street and arresting without any conviction whatsoever, by the way, just simply on charges. And they're just posterizing them. Incredible stuff, man. Most of the people that they're posting are black, by the way.
Live safely in their community. So you have the president going after the drugs, going after the theft, going after the murders in their community. So kids and...
It's just crazy because they haven't done that at all. It's weird because they keep posting anytime they arrest someone. And it's always like possession of a weapon or just like a marginal amount of fucking marijuana or some shit. So I don't know what the fuck these guys are talking about.
Families can live safely again.
I don't understand why anyone would be against this. More policing, more people being arrested that are criminals. I would love for this to happen in New York City. I hope our city's next.
90% of the people in that city voted for Democrats, and that's what Vice President and the Secretary of Defense walked into yesterday. Listen.
This is the guy who thinks people don't deserve law and order.
President, how did it go?
Like maniacs.
No, they're maniacs. No, they actually love him, dude. They love him. They're saying, boo, show us your face more, actually.
What does he mean, free DC? Are you looking at the crime stats there? And that's with the fudge numbers. So
yeah,
does that seem like a free city? Look at this,
this guy, that guy's screaming.
Right, and they're getting rid of the homeless encampments. They're putting them into facilities. They're cleaning up the...
Yeah, Fox is not showing the crowd calling J.D. Vance a couch fucker, it seems.
Oh, look. It's couch fucker.
Couch fucker pussy boy.
Go fuck a couch, J.D. Vance. Go fuck a couch.
God damn.
City, so it's not an embarrassment when world leaders come. So here's Vice President Vance.
If you just take control of these cities, you can make them safe places to live in.
So your pal Gavin Newsom calls this an abuse of power, that this is just a power grab, and this is all stunt for show, and that you all are going to roll through other cities. You've heard things about, it's martial law is going to be declared.
Yep.
And to that, you say?
Well, first of all, how is it a power grab or how is it a stunt when we've already declined murders by 35% in 9 days? How many people are living and breathing today because Donald Trump had the willpower to say, you know what, we're sick of D.C. being a home to lawlessness. We're going to bring some public order back to the nation's capital. So
what do I say? What do I say to this? Every fucking part of this is just up and down, is all lies, man. Like, DC is not one of the least safe places in America. That's fucking bullshit. Its actual rate of violent crime has gone down, lowest in 30 years, and it's slated to even go down more. Their spin on it is so fucking idiotic. Even the fact that they're saying, like, people are terrified to go out and have dinner in DC restaurants is, again, bullshit. It's like when chatters would come to me living in West Hollywood and act as though it was fucking bedlam in my backyard. Or like when chatters would come in here from all around the country and go, dude, LA is on fire. It's like, bro, I'm in the middle of it. What are you talking about? You're over here telling me what I am experiencing in real life is actually fake, and you know better from Idaho because you saw a fucking clip. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. We are at the mercy of psychos who are just hallucinating an alternative reality. And there's no interest, no investment whatsoever from any fucking media outlet to be like, this is just not true. They live in D.C. Half of these people live in D.C. They know it's not true. Donald Trump straight up tells them to their face in the D.C. press pool when they're at the White House, all of you are so scared of going out to dinner because there's people around, dangerous criminals around. Not a single person goes, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not true. And not only is it not true, but also the increased police and military presence has actually caused a dip in people going out to dinner because people seemingly don't want to go out when there's fucking military occupation taking place. Yeah, Sean Hannity be fucking though. We know that. He leaked that shit. Sean Hannity, you can fuck hard. Now, especially when there's no one else at the restaurant. It'll just be you and your Fox News girlfriend. Pipe away, Sean. I did this for you, Sean. Fucking whip your dick out in the middle of the restaurant. Leaking his side piece.
what I would say to Gavin Newsom or to anybody else in some of these...
Before you guys say, it's because Donald Trump called into the Fox and Friends or the morning show and was like, Sean Hannity and the beautiful one sitting in the middle over there, and now go and have a dinner in peace without being harassed by criminals. That's what he said. He just like leaked it. And then he was like, I hope I'm not breaking news here. People know this, right? People know it. You guys have been dating. You're so beautiful. A beautiful couple.
Big blue states or big blue cities is you can have law and order. You can have common decency. You can have public spaces that young families can go to again.
I just would love recruiting, a massive recruiting move to replace the National Guard with cops. There are about 1,000 cops down. So if you could change, if Janine Pirro can, Judge Janine can change the laws, and then you can get 1,000 more cops in, and you could sign them up, get those incentives in. So when they come in and do these city operations, they can leave more cops in their wake.
The problem is a lot of these liberal cities, they don't like the cops. They don't support them. They demonize them. I spent maybe 3 to 4 years on this network going to every single liberal city, trying to get their mayors, their representatives to do interviews with me. They wouldn't allow the cops to do it. I had to speak to the union. Anytime I showed up to a family, and Angela, you saw me many times on Sean's show, meeting with families, planning funerals with families because they were so aghast about what happened to their precious babies, and no one in the city leadership would ever show up for those families.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for having us here today.
Good to see you.
So you had quite an eventful morning
We did.
over at Union Station, as we saw in that clip. Tell us about how you decided to go over there. You know, a lot of us D.C. residents and former D.C. residents know it well, but it's been the site of a lot of crime in recent years.
Of course.
And you decided to pay a visit. What happened?
Well, so a couple things. So first of all, I had heard from a couple of friends who used to avoid Union Station because there were vagrants and there were crazy people screaming at kids that they avoided Union Station. But over the past 9 days, since the president did this emergency order, it looks a lot better. It feels a lot safer. So I was talking with Stephen Miller and with Pete Hegseth about this in the Oval Office yesterday. And I was like, you know, we should just go over there and say hello to people. And you've got a lot of National Guardsmen over there, some D.C. cops who have been heckled by some of the protesters. So I thought, what a good show of moral support to have the vice president and some of the senior team at the White House show up. We bought him some burgers, hang out with him a little bit. And actually, the most interesting thing, Laura, was after the cameras left, Pete and Steve and I stayed and, you know, had lunch with these troops and just learned a lot about what they're seeing, about how much the city has changed in just the past 9 days. So crazy statistic, you know, violent crime has dropped in D.C. 35% in 9 days. Robberies in D.C. have dropped 55% in 9 days. And it highlights the fact that this living with lawlessness and disorder, that's...
Sorry, I had to chase my driver because he just totally dropped the wrong order. Luckily, he realized it. As you can see, folks, crime is out of control. Not just in DC, but in sunny Los Angeles, California as well. While many of you might say that's not crime, that's just a simple mistake. Well, it feels like a crime, and my feelings are obviously more important than facts. Pesky little facts like the crime rate. Okay? Have you noticed that my feelings are far more consequential than the facts? Did you chase them down like the kids from Weapons? Yes. Yes, that's what I did. JD was using a slur for people with housing insecurity on live TV. Yeah, he said vagrants, right? Classic. Did you watch Weapons yet? Yeah, I did. There's a guy at my local park that runs in a straight line every day. And it's so funny because now, after I watched Weapons, I just can't stop thinking about like him being him being taken over and controlled. He's shirtless and he always runs in a straight line. And it was already strange to begin with, but now that I saw Weapons, it's like it's taken up it became a totally different thing for me. I see it in an entirely different light. He's not, he doesn't jog like in the normal ways that, like, he runs weird. Like his arms look weird when he's running, and he doesn't actually, like, he runs through the dog park. Like he runs in a straight line in between dogs at the dog park, which is why it just like looks very out of place.
Fundamentally a question of political will. If you've got the political will to enforce the law, you can make even cities like D.C.
Can you shut the fuck up and not spoil a movie for once? What spoiler? In the first scene in the fucking movie is kids running, dumbass. It's in the trailer. You gotta take it over. That doesn't even make sense for the movie. I was trying to fucking find a way to say like, that doesn't even, just watch the fucking movie. Shut up. God damn, you guys are so stupid.
Safe again, and that's what we're demonstrating. And I hope that the American people take an important lesson from this, because obviously DC is a federal city, New York, LA, these places are not. I hope the American people just recognize that you don't have to live with lawlessness. You don't have to live with third world murder rates. If you just take control of these cities, you can make them safe places to live in.
So your pal Gavin Newsom calls this an abuse of power, that this is just a power grab, and this is all stunt for show, and that you all are going to roll through other cities. You've heard things about, it's martial law is going to be declared.
Yep.
And to that, you say?
Well, first of all, how is it a power grab or how is it a stunt when we've already declined murders by 35% in 9 days? How many people are living and breathing today because...
Wait, what kind of statistical analysis is being conducted here where murders went down by 35% in 9 days? What are you saying? So there were... In the last 10-day cycle, there were 10 murders, and now there's 7.5 murders. Like, do you understand what the problem is here? First of all, a 9-day period is not enough to fucking, or sorry, 6.5 murders. Oh, fucking God. Yeah, no murders in the last 3 seconds. Murder defeated. Yeah. Even in the conversation that's taking place right now, there have been 0 murders, which means we 100% reduced murders in the last hour.
As Donald Trump had the willpower to say, you know what, we're sick of D.C. being a home to lawlessness. We're going to bring some public order back to the nation's capital. So what I would say to Gavin Newsom or to anybody else in some of these big blue states or big blue cities is you can have law and order. You can have common decency. You can have public spaces that young families can go to again. I'll tell you a story, Laura. A couple of years ago, the last time I was in Union Station, I took my little kids there to get lunch, and they were being screamed at by homeless people, not compassionate to the homeless people to let them just fester when they clearly have mental health problems, not compassionate to young families to not be able to go into one of America's great public spaces without being screamed at by a person clearly suffering
Why are
from a
Democrats
mental
doing
illness.
this?
I don't know.
Why is this a
don't
political
know.
strategy for
Laura,
them?
I have thought about this so often and so many times. I don't know why Democrats seem to love public disorder and chaos almost as a political ideology. And I think that part of what's going on is Democrats have gotten so divorced from the communities that they allegedly serve that they don't realize the gross majority of residents in D.C., they want to walk through Union Station and just have a bite to eat or enjoy the space with their families. They don't realize that so many people.
Why is that in American politics? You only have 2 options. Either you just kill the homeless with the military, you kill them dead, or you have to act like they're not there. Why no third option? Like, what do you mean? Why is this why is this the only 2 available options at our disposal in American politics? You just either have to behave like a deputized social worker on the spot, or fucking avoid the person having a mental health episode in front of you, just act like he's not there, or you just have to kill them. You have to kill them with the military immediately. Like, even in that situation, obviously one is better than the other. And no, I don't mean the Republican side, okay? But like, there is an alternative out there. It's not like this is an issue that persists everywhere. Why can't we just fucking put them in housing, man? What the fuck? Also, to say this about Gavin Newsom is also hilarious because Gavin Newsom is even more directly vicious than J.D. Vance has been. I ain't never seen J.D. Vance, not to give him ideas here, but I haven't seen J.D. Vance at a fucking homeless encampment clearing it out with his own fucking bare hands. I've seen Gavin do that 10 times. I mean, this is kind of a straw man Hassan. Are they killing the homeless? No, I'm exaggerating, okay? But he's saying they are festering like they're pests. And he wants to use the military to forcibly move them to God knows where. So obviously, you've even personally recognized that they're talking about this as though they are like a parasitic force that need to be forcibly excised. They didn't earn that housing. Yeah, I know. We need to look at their KPIs, dude. They didn't earn that housing. I don't know if you know this, but like, homes are for shelter. Okay? Crazy idea. I know. Not a speculative asset. If someone is in desperate need of shelter, we should give that to them. We're rich enough. God. Yeah, homes are not to be lived in. It's for the shareholders, dude.
People have been absolutely terrorized by Democrat crime policies. And so maybe they just don't make the connection between what Gavin Newsom says and the fact that places like D.C. or Los Angeles have some of the highest murder rates in the world.
And the D.C. police are being investigated for potentially manipulating their crime data. I've heard this from other police forces across the country. Great cops, beat cops in places like Chicago have said, some of the crimes are reclassified to make a burglary something that's more of a disturbance, and that kind of stuff happens. But is this a federal issue at this point, if this is a manipulation of data and if it's widespread?
Well, it's certainly something that's being investigated, and I hope that we'll uncover what's going on. But even aside from any manipulation of data, when you have 911 wait times that are so long, a lot of crime doesn't even get reported. And we heard this all the time. People would say, well, my home's being robbed. I'm not even going to call the police because it's going to be 45 minutes before they show up. And that's not an indictment of the beat cop, by the way. They're so overwhelmed by how.
Yeah, maybe because they're dog shit, dude. They suck at their jobs. Bro, I swear to God, there's no other fucking job on the planet other than like maybe a CEO that gets this kind of treatment for being shitty at their fucking jobs. It's so strange. Like I'm a advocate for making cops do their fucking job instead of roaming the streets, terrorizing like black people and shit. Like actually solve crime, actually stop crime. This shit pisses me off so much.
How much violent crime there is that they're unable to actually bring public safety to these communities. So what we're doing is just changing the balance a little bit. We're putting more good guys on the streets and we're taking more bad guys off the streets. And we think that's the sort of thing that's going to bring public safety back to D.C. Again, it's already working in a very big way.
Now, on to Ukraine. Your February meeting with Zelensky and the president, that was quite something to behold.
It was good
how
TV.
did you all break the ice this time? Take us into the room, because we're all dying to know that.
Well, I think when President Zelensky walked into the Oval Office, I was chatting with him, with the president, with some of the senior Ukrainian delegation. I said, Mr. President, so long as you behave, I won't say anything. And he just chuckled a little bit, and it was a good little icebreaker. I mean, what the president's trying to do, meaning our president is trying to do, is bring a 3.5-year, very brutal conflict to a stop. It's killed way too many Ukrainians, way too many Russians. It's completely transformed the economy of Europe and of big parts of Asia. We just got to get back to peace. And I really do think you heard Vladimir Putin say this, that if Donald Trump had been president in 2022, this war would have never started. And now the president is really spending a lot of time, a lot of effort to stop Joe Biden's war, because I think it is Joe Biden's war. Without him being weak and provocative, I don't think that Russia would have invaded Ukraine.
Bro, that shit is so dumb. That statement is so dumb. Because Trump is president now. Why are Republicans so stupid? Yes, Vladimir Putin did say that. But the point is, Republicans are so dumb that they just look at that statement and don't make any inferences past the point of Vladimir Putin saying, oh, I would have never invaded if you kept being president. Okay, let's say that's true. Why is nobody asking, but Trump is president now? Why are you still continuing to pummel Ukraine? Like, if that's the case, if you have so much respect for Donald Trump, then why don't you stop invading Ukraine? Is he, I just realized Vladimir Putin is a mamala truther. That's why. He believes that the election was stolen from Kamala Harris. He also believes that the votes were never properly counted. That's why. He just doesn't know that Donald Trump is president right now. Because if he thought Donald Trump was president, he'd stop, right?
And now we have a situation where a president is trying to be strong and bold and trying to bring this thing to a close.
Now, take us into the room when the president said, I'm going to call Putin now. And you got the Western leaders, they've all come to Washington. Now, what was their facial expression at that point? Did they anticipate that this was going to happen? Because it was, 8 hours ahead, Moscow time?
Yeah, it was like 1 a.m. Moscow time, and they had no anticipation. So we're actually in the east wing of the White House, and the president says, we've had a pretty good meeting. I'm going to go call Vladimir Putin and see what he says about it. And everybody's like, oh, you're going to call him next week? And he's like, no, what time is it in Moscow? Let's call him right now. And I think one of the things I've realized about President Trump's leadership is he cuts through the BS of some of these diplomatic protocols and just says,
We're like, it's funny that he's like, no, we need to hear his input right now.
I'm going to get things done. If I want to talk to somebody, I'm going to talk to somebody. You had a lot of the Europeans who were saying, no, there needs to be proper, vetting, and the teams have to prepare the phone call and blah, 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 blah. And the president was like, no. I want to talk to the guy. I'm going to talk to the guy. And I think that kind of no holds barred, no BS diplomacy is part of the reason why we've made the progress we have. And we've made a lot of progress, Laura. Look, who knows what's going to happen? The president tells me this all the time. You can never say with certainty what the outcome in this situation is going to be. But we now have the Russians talking to the Ukrainians. They're talking details about what would be necessary on each side to stop the fighting and stop the killing. We've made more progress in 3 months than the country had made in 3 years in stopping this conflict. And I think it's because sometimes you just need a president who will pick up the phone and call somebody.
When Vladimir Putin meets with Volodymyr Zelensky, can we assume that all the big details?
I just don't get it because, like, it seems like both sides are just lying to each other and one another in their own bases. Because, like, I don't know if Putin has backed away from his maximalist position of, like, leaving Ukraine defenseless or even, like, demanding more territory than it has conquered militarily. But also outside of that, like, Ukraine, on the other hand, is getting $100 billion of weapons from America that Europe is paying for, I guess. And I don't know why that would be, or some semblance of security assurances would be something that Putin is on board with when he's communicated that he does not want that at all. Having said that, however, if Trump was able to fucking crack this after getting cracked by Putin, I'd give him his flowers. I just doubt that it will happen. I think the likelihood is very, very low, judging by what they've said so far. But it would objectively be a good thing. I just don't know how it's going to work out.
Will have been discussed and generally agreed upon, namely the security agreement and land swap?
It's a good question. I think that if you go through the bureaucratic process, then the answer is yes. But I think the president's preference and my preference would be, let's have them meet regardless. You don't have to figure out every issue. And sometimes leaders sitting down face to face can break the logjam that their teams don't necessarily have the ability to do. There really are two big questions lingering out there. And in some ways it's very simple, but in some ways it's very complicated. Number one is Ukraine wants to know that it's not going to get invaded again by Russia. It wants to know that it's got territorial integrity long into the future. The Russians want certain pieces of territory, most of which they've occupied, but some of which they haven't. So that is really where the meat of the negotiation is. The Ukrainians want security guarantees. The Russians want a certain amount of territory. Again, we finally got the details. We're working on them, but we haven't figured everything out. And I don't think that we should force, we shouldn't say that they can't sit down until you figured out every little detail. Sometimes them sitting down is what facilitates figuring out those details.
You have been so strong.
Massive L for America, by the way. Like, this is why I said he's a ginormous L. They just lost. That's it. They thought that they could like continue the back and forth while taking out large swaths of the Russian military and crippling the Russian economy, have Russia come back to the negotiating table begging for sanctions relief and without losing like any significant Ukrainian territory. And America lost.
On the idea of Europe.
Isn't it L for Biden since it happened under his watch? There is no Biden versus Trump, man. What are you talking about? There's America. This is such a funny attitude that people have towards like American politics, especially as it pertains to foreign policy. Biden is dead. He's gone. Rest in peace, Biden. Okay? Not literally yet. But like, what the fuck do you mean? Isn't this Biden's war? Like, no, I'm talking about something far more consequential than Biden or Trump. I'm talking about America, okay? With all of its endless might, America realized that it can't continue this in the ways that they are. There's simply not enough manpower to hold the weapons and not enough enthusiasm to keep the defense going.
Paying for Europe's defense.
Sure.
And I think a lot of Americans don't understand that the EU GDP last year was about $19.18 trillion, if I'm right, give or take. And the UK's is about $2.9 trillion. Sure. Ours is $29.8 trillion, right?
You know the numbers better than I do. You should be Treasury Secretary.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Scott, I got your job. No, but so this is a lot of money. Europe has the money to defend itself. So the security agreement, my question to you is, why should America carry the lion's share of the burden from now until Lord knows when for Europe when Europe has the money to defend itself?
Well, I don't think we should carry the burden here. I think that we should be helpful if it's necessary to stop the war and to stop the killing. But I think that we should expect, and the president certainly expects, Europe to play the leading role here. And what he said very clearly is, look, the United States is open to having the conversation, but we're not going to make commitments until we figure out what's going to be necessary to stop the war in the first place. And I think that it's, the president is very good. He never takes anything off the table. He never puts anything fully on the table because he doesn't want to give away his leverage. And this is the private conversation that we're all going to have about what's necessary to stop the war. But no matter what happens, no matter what form this takes, the Europeans are going to have to take the lion's share of the burden. It's their continent, it's their security, and the president's been very clear, they're going to have to step up here.
What's it like meeting Putin? Just what was he like, just one-on-one?
So I've actually never met Putin. The president did that meeting. I've talked to him on the phone a number of times. You know, it's interesting. He's more soft-spoken than you would necessarily expect. You know, the American media has a particular image of him. He's soft-spoken in a certain way. He's very deliberate. He's very careful. And I think fundamentally he's a person who looks out for the interests as he sees it of Russia. And I think one of the reasons he respects the President of the United States is because he knows the President looks out for the interests of the American people. And while they often disagree about issues, and obviously the President has been very critical of Vladimir Putin, the President's also willing to work with anybody if he thinks it's going to accomplish an important goal for America. And we all agree an important goal is to stop the killing.
Let's move to the economy, because that is still the #1 issue in the United States for most voters.
Sure.
The Democrats seem to be banking on an economic downturn, just like they seem to be banking on chaos in the streets against the National Guard.
Sure.
How do you see the economy in the next 6 months as we're seeing some continuing uncertainty regarding interest rates and Jerome Powell?
Well, unfortunately, you have the Democrats. I think they really are betting against the United States. We're betting on the United States and the American people. There are a lot of good things happening in the economy. You have a lot of new investment coming in part because of the tariffs. People are trying to avoid the.
When Republicans are actively trying to destroy the country, when Democrats are in charge, they're never betting against the United States. You only hear this rhetoric. You only hear this rhetoric when Republicans are in charge, where they're like, oh, you hate the president? You must hate America. Oh, you hate the president? You want him to do bad, huh? You want Americans to suffer. It's like, no, dude, you're making Americans suffer. You're making Americans suffer. And it's such a funny, it's such funny cope for them to be like, yeah, it's the Democrat Jerome Powell's doing. That's the reason why the economy is not picking up steam. Stock market's fine. Stock market notwithstanding, obviously not exactly a great measure of the overall economy, overall health of the American population. Always and forever, bro. It's like dumbasses being like, oh, Hassan, you hate America. Why? Because you're criticizing things that America's doing and demanding that it do better by its own citizens and everyone living on U.S. soil. So you fucking hate America. No, man, I think the Republicans hate America. I think any politician that, for example, actively demands more funds be transferred to Israel, more funds be transferred to the American military, to send more American men and women overseas to go fucking die so that American corporations could turn profit year over year, hate America and Americans a lot more than me, motherfucker. I don't want that to happen. Yeah, I hate America so much. I want everyone to have socialized medicine. It really, truly blows my mind, dude, that like dudes like myself and people like yourselves that say stuff like, hey, why don't we just like spend some money on ourselves? There's clearly a lot of it going around. It's just like staying in the hands of super wealthy people. Maybe we should spread it around a little bit. Maybe we should fund some social programs a little bit. And they're like, oh, you're a terrorist. You're a socialist terrorist. Fuck you. Oh, you don't want to keep funding Israel's genocide? Wow. You're anti-Semitic terrorists, you piece of shit. Great, man. Thank you. That's right. I'm the one who fucking hates America and Americans. Yeah, you got it. Because I said there's better use of all of the wealth that we are generating than to dump it directly back into endless military conquest. Oh, meanwhile, oh, don't worry. I know I'm not an economic streamer, but do not fucking worry. We haven't even gotten to my #1 I told you so moment. Throughout my career as a professional media broadcaster, there have been numerous instances where people have come to me and said, Hassan, I'm trying to get into insert specific fraudulent industry. One of the major ones was NFTs. Not only were early adopters constantly trying to give me money so I could huck out and farm NFTs to my audience, which I, of course, chose not to do because clearly that shit was busted and it was fraudulent from the get-go, and scam coins alike. There was a lot of people in that process that kept yelling at me and said, oh, Hassan, you just don't want me to make money. You're socialist piece of shit. Seems like you're just scared that we're going to get rich and hate you. No, it was because I did not want to use the power an influence that I have over a large audience for evil to fucking line up my goddamn wallet. That's the reason why I didn't do it. Because I saw it for what it is. A fucking scam. Well, here's another bubble. Here's another scam that I called out that many people have yelled at me for. The overemphasis placed upon LLMs, AI in general. It's about to pop. As a scam engineer, I believe not is future-proof. The same people that fucking slapped NFTs and Web 3.0 onto every goddamn grift that they were trying to line up, weirdly enough, moved on to AI. So strange that the exact same people, like using the same language, they just copied, they cut out Web 3.0 and slapped on AI instead. Is so odd. And people just fell for it, just like they had fallen for the fucking cryptocurrency grift. Yeah, I saw this. It's sick. Yeah. He has a Free Palestine poster from 1995, Grand Planter. Free Kosovo. I think it says Free Kurdistan too, which is pretty cool. Like, that's crazy. This motherfucker knew what Kurdistan was. That's wild. In 1995 as a white boy in America. Oh, I remember when the NFT chatters tried to get you to register the deed to your house as an NFT. You need to set up an example of how we can decentralize the concept of home ownership was how they pushed for it. Yep. Yeah, bro knows ball. Anyway, is there a good video that we can watch about the AI bubble popping a little bit? No, you don't get it, dude. We're about to have AGI. Please, bro. We're not out of ideas. I promise. Just one more data center, bro. Next model will be fire, bro. I promise. AI is so dangerously unstable and so volatile as like a new vector that we are fully investing into. It was genuinely alarming. Yeah, I've talked to Ed Zitron about this issue before. It was genuinely shocking how much Donald Trump was actively moving into this like totally fucking fake bullshit. Even after one of the first things that happened was the first bubble pop, or at least the deflation of the AI bubble, when China came out with a market competitor that was done with pennies on the fucking dollar. I don't know if you like him.
It's Graham here, and I think it's about time that we talk about something that probably has crossed all of.
Yeah. I think it's a false start like the dot-com bubble and will come back in a few years when the tech is matured. So you don't think it's going to replace jobs? No, the sad part about it is that it doesn't have to be good for it to replace jobs, because there are plenty of bullshit jobs that it could replace. Bullshit jobs don't necessarily mean that you shouldn't have those jobs, but there's a lot of jobs that like a LLM could technically replace. And even if it's incompetent, and even if it's busted, capital owners make this calculation at the point of profit. The example I will give you is shrink in the grocery stores. Okay? Shrink is an ever-present problem in the grocery store business. The margins are really thin in the grocery store business. They always complain. Okay? Just-in-time manufacturing and limited supply chains. So to ensure that there is not a lot of stock in the back office of the grocery stores, not a lot of warehousing, right? All of that has created this low profit margin industry, as they like to say. There's been tremendous market consolidation. All of that stuff is very real. There's e-commerce that have played a formative role here too. Now, grocery stores, by and large, have decided through industry consolidation and through price leadership to take on an initiative that you are all too familiar with. This is called self-checkout. Now, self-checkout is great for profit margins, even though it has its very clear downsides. When you do self-checkout, instead of hiring a grocery store clerk, a cash register operative, right? You don't have to pay for their benefits, no hazard pay, potentially. You don't have to pay those wages. All of a sudden, a machine is taking over that duty. But of course, the downside of self-checkout is what is known as the 5-finger discount, okay? People that just go on self-checkout and go, one for me, one for you. And they just steal shit. But that calculation is done by the companies ahead of time, where even if it increases shrink, even if it contributes to increase in shrink, which is the number of perishable items that get destroyed in the process of travel, or grocery store items that are stolen by people, consumers, and even stolen by the workers themselves, they make up more by automating that process with self-checkout. And ironically, in that same process, they make one fucking cashier do the job of like 12, and it fucking sucks. And it's a worse consumer experience overall, okay? But they shred a massive chunk of payroll, massive chunk of wages, massive chunk of benefits, and massive chunk of liabilities, okay? It's also just mistakes, not just theft. Yes, mistakes as well. Massive chunk of liabilities, and therefore they come out on top. They've made this calculation, and the same goes for AI. AI is always going to fuck up. It hallucinates. It's not as reliable, even though human beings are unreliable, okay? Even though human beings are unreliable, AI is even less reliable at times than a human being. There's no like safeguards in it, right? But it seems to me like a lot of capital owners are making that similar calculation here, where they go, let's just make AI do the shit that 10 people were doing and put one person in charge of overseeing the AI, and have that person, that singular person's output reflect 10 people's output now. And if there are problems along the way, massively consequential problems along the way, maybe it'll be maybe that'll reflect in like a, end of the year report 2 years down the line. Who knows? It's a gamble, but that's what it is. It doesn't have to work well. As a matter of fact, it doesn't. And everybody knows it doesn't, but it doesn't matter. It offloads accountability to a computer, like in the case with the lavender targeting system that Israel is utilizing. Okay, so then there's plausible deniability. Oh, the machine told me which targets to strike. It's not my fault, right? And on top of that, it's not supposed to work right in that circumstance. Like in the case with the UHC. UHC was doing claim denials. And it was notorious for being the worst at claim denials as a private insurance company. And they utilized AI to do it, because UHC did not care about doing adequate claim denials, because the job is to literally just deny all claims anyway. That's it. Now, of course, the downside of that is that a lot of those appeals are won because the machine is fucking busted at doing claim denials. That's a more costly endeavor in the long run. But in the short term, if your goals are short-term profit seeking, or rather improving the company's stocks, improving the company's stock performance, wiping out an entire chunk of like humans that were were working in the process of claim denials, is fantastic. It reflects fantastic in the short term, even if it is consequential and a bad decision in the long term. No one ever cares about long-term stability. Okay? It's a quarter-to-quarter basis. So understand, this is how AI displaces the existing labor force. It doesn't have to be good. It can be bad. In some instances, it is required to be bad anyway. But capital owners are making that calculation with short-term profits in mind. That's it. But nowadays, a lot of the artificial boosting of the stock prices that came out of their hyper-focus on AI is leading to some serious issues. And it seems like the AI bubble is bursting a little bit.
All of our minds, and that would
Let's hear from Graham Stephan. I don't know why he's this is the most surprising person to talk about the AI bubble bursting a little bit.
Are we in a stock market bubble? After all, in the last week, we've just risen to brand new record highs. The Buffett indicator is flashing its most overvalued levels ever in history. Retail traders are once again flooding into the markets, and the AI boom is now officially bigger than the dot-com bubble. Or I guess in other words, the market's currently believed to be grossly overvalued, given that meme stocks are starting to make a comeback and investors are beginning to speculate on anything that they can. So given the nervousness and excitement over today's prices, we should talk about exactly what's happening, the likelihood of another stock market drop coming sometime soon, and then how you could best prepare ahead of time to make the most of the situation. Because I promise, at some point, there will be another stock market drop and bear market. And even though we can't predict it every single time, if you just know what to look out for, you could potentially make a lot of money. But really quick, if you find this helpful, it would mean the world to me if you hit the like button or subscribe if you haven't done that already. I know it's stupid for me to keep asking for it, but it does help out tremendously. And as a thank you for doing that, here's a picture of a hermit crab. So thanks so much, and also a big thank you to the Gemini credit card for sponsoring this video, but more on that later. Alright, so first, in order to understand how to best prepare for something like this, we should first cover the severity of the crashes that have happened in the past. Because even though it's easy to think,
it's been triggered by Altman referencing the AI bubble at a recent talk coupled with this MIT report. MIT warns 95% of AI investments bring no returns as OpenAI faces backlash over ChatGPT-5 and Meta cuts AI unit staff, once hailed as revolutionary. I like that we're so fucking tuned into Israel news that like chatters now send me Ynet reporting on shit that's happening in America. Like, how the fuck did we get here, dude? You didn't have an outlet that's not you didn't have a non-Israeli outlet to send me? That's crazy. Anyway, artificial intelligence is now drawing comparisons to the dot-com bubble amid rising doubts and investor jitters. MIT report 95% of generative AI pilots at companies are failing. Oh, man, that's so shocking. Good morning. Companies are betting on AI, yet nearly all enterprise pilots are stuck at the starting line. The Gen AI Divide, State of AI Business 2025, a new report published by MIT's NANDA initiative reveals that while generative AI holds promise for enterprises, most initiatives drive rapid revenue growth are falling flat. Despite the rush to integrate powerful new models, about 5% of AI pilot programs achieve rapid revenue acceleration. The vast majority stall, delivering little to no measurable impact on P&L. The research based on 150 interviews with leaders, a survey of 350 employees, and an analysis of 300 public AI deployments paints a clear divide between success stories and stalled projects. To unpack these findings, I spoke with Aditya Chalapalli, the lead author of the report and a research contributor to Project Nanda at MIT. Some large companies, pilots, and younger startups are really accelerating with generative AI, Chalapalli said. Startups led by 19 to 20-year-olds, for example, have seen revenues jump from 0 to 20 million in a year. Okay, but like even that in and of itself, is that an indicator of like performance? I know that this is the only thing that we care about is like generating revenues, but from 0 to 20 million a year in revenues is seen as like a tremendous thing, right, for a startup. But this is literally what happened with Silicon Valley, with the Silicon Valley bubbles in the past as well. Especially because like a lot of the revenue they're talking about is usually either unsustainable, short-lived, or I don't think you really understand what's going on here with AI, to be honest. Maybe. My attitude on this stuff is that what people think are AI, what people have falsely presented as artificial intelligence, is nothing but a Google chatbot for the most part. It's more it has better capabilities than a Google chatbot, but it is a chatbot at the end of the day. And not only is it a chatbot, but it's also manipulated and also easily tweaked centrally. And you see negative backlash with ChatGPT-5, for example, because it's no longer as servile. But it's ultimately just like it's giving you what you want. That's it. It's not like a self-thinking mechanism that is truly artificial intelligence or anything like that. It's not even half the time, or not half the time, but like in the beginning, it wasn't even like actual AI either. Sometimes they would just like delegate the task to like some Indian farm where they just have a bunch of dudes working for like pennies on the dollar doing the moderation, and then they claim that it's actually AI. It's all, a lot of it is just marketing. Maybe I'm wrong. I am a boomer after all, and I am willing to entertain that I might be wrong on this. But I've been very critical about the way people present artificial intelligence and what it looks like and what it can be used for right now. Oh yeah, ChatGPT 5 is here. Can it win back programmers? Anyway, it's because they pick one pain point, execute well, and partner smartly with companies who use their tools. But for 95% of companies in the data set, generative AI implementation is falling short. Like, the reason why this is a $0 to $20 million success story could easily be because the dude, the 19-year-old, networked well, and marketed their product well enough to get a dumbass company with a little bit of additional revenue to dump $20 million into their company, but it's actually not yielding any sort of like significant positive results for the company that bought into it. But if you look at that as a point of like a massive revenue generation and a huge success story, then yeah, sure. Like companies get, especially in a like very marketable new sector like this, there are going to be a lot of companies that actually do short-term cash infusions. It's because they pick one pain point and execute well. But for 95% of companies in the data set, generative AI implementation has fallen short. The core issue, not the quality of the AI models, but the learning gap for both tools and organizations. While executives often blame regulation or model performance, MIT's research points to flawed enterprise integration. Generic tools like ChatGPT excel for individuals because of their flexibility, but they stall in enterprise use since they don't learn from or adapt to workflows, Chalapali explained. The data also reveals a misalignment of resource allocation. More than half of generative AI budgets are devoted to sales and marketing tools, yet MIT found the biggest ROI in back office automation, eliminating business process outsourcing, cutting external agency costs, and streamlining operations. What's behind the successful AI deployments? How companies adopt AI is crucial. Purchasing AI tools from okay, this is just like literally defending AI and simultaneously saying it's just the company's fault that they're not using it they're not using it with the appropriate use case. You aren't wrong. 64% of AI investment into AI
in
from venture
2025,
capitalists, but 70% are unprofitable. I mean, that's just VCs though in general.
64% of all venture capital in the U.S. has been allocated to artificial intelligence startups.
Venture capital investment in artificial intelligence hit $50 billion in the second quarter, accounting for nearly half of all VC funding.
Companies like OpenAI were valued at $300 billion without even being profitable or publicly traded.
OpenAI at $300 billion, is that too expensive? Is it a deal?
In 2024 alone, Google, Amazon, and Meta spent over $400 billion on AI infrastructure or startups.
A $20 billion pledge from Amazon to build artificial intelligence innovation campuses.
However, 70% of these funded AI startups still do not generate real revenue. This has raised alarms among some experts who claim that the AI boom could be turning into a bubble, like the dot-com bubble of the early 2000s.
Hype cycles come and go. The metaverse, Web3, crypto. What about the mother of all tech cycles, the dot-com bubble and burst? So right now, are we in the middle of another one with the generative AI and ChatGPT?
So, how AI became the new dot-com bubble. The dot-com bubble was an economic phenomenon that took place between the mid-1990s and the early 2000s. During that period, the mass adoption of the internet sparked a surge of investment in nascent web-based companies, just as is happening now with the AI boom. The NASDAQ Composite rose nearly 400% from 1995 to March 2000, only to crash 78% by October 2002, essentially wiping out all the gains from that period. Venture capitalists and speculators invested without considering real business models, and many companies went bankrupt after burning through their funding without generating profits. Today, the world is experiencing a new technological boom, the explosion of AI.
Over the past decade, we've become surrounded by AI systems that perceive our worlds, that support our...
On Hasanabi, do you remember the dot-com bubble? Bro, I was like 0, okay? What the fuck? It was between the ages of 0 and like 8 for me. How the fuck would I... Y'all are ass, dude. Y'all are savage. Y'all are ruthless for this.
Decisions and that mimic our ability to create.
Since the public launch of ChatGPT in late 2022, investor attention has surged. Global funding for AI startups rose from $18 billion in 2014 to $119 billion in 2021. And by 2023, generative AI accounted for nearly 30% of that total investment in the United States. In the first half of 2025, investments in AI represented 64.1% of the total value of venture capital transactions in the U.S. This has triggered warnings and comparisons to the dot-com bubble. The enthusiasm for artificial intelligence has sparked an unprecedented wave of investment. For example, OpenAI was valued at $300 billion in April 2025, without even being publicly traded. Anthropic, its direct competitor, is seeking to raise an additional $5 billion, despite its products not yet generating revenue.
Amazon is reportedly considering deepening its ties with the AI startup Anthropic through a new multi-billion-dollar investment.
In the first quarter of 2025, the 4 largest venture capital deals in the U.S. were AI-related, totaling $26.6 billion. This capital concentration is reminiscent of the dot-com bubble frenzy, when funds flowed to companies with no finished products solely because of the allure of emerging technology. Big tech companies have responded to this euphoria with an arms race to acquire talent and infrastructure. AI engineer salaries have skyrocketed, with compensation packages reaching $100 million.
Money is so fucking fake, bro. Money is the most fake thing on the planet. It's never been more fake than it is now, though.
Especially in Silicon Valley.
So OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, he says that Meta is trying to poach his top engineers, offering what he called $100 million sign-on bonuses.
Google, Microsoft, and Meta are projecting a combined spending of $405 billion on AI infrastructure by 2026. This figure doubles previous estimates and represents a jump of over 13% compared to the previous year. Alphabet, for example, announced it will allocate more than $85 billion annually to its artificial intelligence projects. This has had a ripple effect on financial markets. Currently, the tech sector accounts for 34% of the S&P 500 index, an even higher proportion than during the peak of the dot-com bubble in 2000. But despite the enthusiasm, most generative AI products have yet to demonstrate a truly large-scale revolutionary impact. While they may be useful tools, their transformative potential is still up for debate.
We're not saying here that AI isn't leading to be productive. We're just saying that AI tools, yes, they're here and they're being used. The payoff may be more uneven than the.
Remember when companies were just adding blockchain to their name and making millions off of it? Yeah. No, this is the same shit. It's the same companies.
Suggests.
Many users report that these models provide inaccurate, shallow, or outright incorrect responses. In practice, generative AI has proven more effective in supporting repetitive tasks than in disrupting entire processes. This has led to a disconnect between the futuristic promises made by companies, such as replacing 80% of administrative jobs, and tangible results. Moreover, much of the value of these startups is based on expectations of future revenue that have yet to materialize. Revenue projections are, in many cases, speculative. According to data from CB Insights, more than 70% of AI startups that received funding in 2023 and 2024 still do not generate operating profits. Added to this is the fact that talent and early-stage company acquisitions by large corporations have increased by 40% in 2025. In other words, returns on investment remain uncertain, raising doubts about the sustainability of this speculative wave. In addition, the productivity gains from AI are being questioned.
Tech giants like Microsoft and Google are.
It's just like, this is the end result of a financialized economy where every company is just a bank and every bank is a casino and everyone is participating in the speculative market. And the fundamentals are entirely out of whack. Like this is what it is. It's just the expectation. The expectation that like someone else is gonna fucking hold the bag on the other side. And as a chatter also pointed out, like, yes, companies engage in bad bets. And when they do that, the bet is to displace the existing labor force. And when that bet fails, the workers that remain also get fucked over because now the company doesn't even have enough money coming in. They've lost too much money. So you're doubly fucked. First, you're fucked if you get fired. And if you're lucky enough to not get fired, then you're doing other people who were fired's jobs for them. And then when the bet fucking fails, you're fired anyway. Like, I don't understand it. But then again, I don't even have a credit card. So you can, I guess, quickly say, Hassan, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, for me, this is like listening to music. I don't listen to music, you know? So don't listen to anything I have to say on that front. I'm just talking shit. But when it comes to this stuff, it's just like, from the outside looking in, it fucking feels like, bro, I know. I covered it. I covered the fucking DFL unendorsing Omar Fateh. I covered it for like an hour. God damn, chatters. Fuck. Yes, I'm bringing back shaking chatters. I'm shaking this one. You're being shook. You're being shook. Anyway, my point is, what are the fucking fundamentals? The only thing that people care about is just broad confidence that they will make money down the line. That's it. That's it. That's the only impactful part of this. And even if a company actually has no fundamentals whatsoever and is consistently overpromising and underdelivering by lying to shareholders about what their future initiatives are going to look like, as long as there are enough institutional investors that are also reliant on the stock price going up, Tesla, then eventually you can kind of overcome any number of difficulties that other companies would immediately go bankrupt over. You could just be like, yeah, next year we're going to have automated robots wipe your ass for you in the Teslas that you're driving. And then immediately after making that revelation, your stock price jumps. And everyone's like, oh my God, I can't wait for that. That's going to be so sick. And then that never happens. And you're just like, yeah, I lied about that. And it doesn't matter because by that point, you've moved on to the next lie. This time, we're rolling out the suck bot. It's going to suck your dick while you're driving the Tesla. And the Tesla's being driven by the suck bot. It's Roadhead, you know? And then everyone goes, oh my God, it's great. I totally forgot about the asswipe bot that you also suggested was going to happen anytime now, and it never actually came to fruition.
We're outsourcing more and more coding to AI in a productivity push, but some new research shows the tools might not be as helpful.
And then motherfuckers will literally go, okay, but that is worth current valuations. Okay, but at some point you got to punish the company if they don't fucking deliver their promises, right? Like, what do you mean? First of all, what the fuck are we talking about? How is that fundamentals? Do we have a runway? Is there already a built-in investment? Is there suckbots being developed any moment? Did you go to the factory and check to see if there are suckbots being implemented? No, none of that's happening. Do we even have like the technology to develop a suckbot that is also self-driving? No. So why the fuck is that built into the current valuations? You know what I mean? Obviously, the suckbot thing and the self-driving is an example. I mean, I'm using a silly, stupid example, but like it could be any number of different like things that are promised and then with no intention of delivery whatsoever. This is what doesn't matter. As long as you claim you're a tech company, it's good. You'll be the next unicorn, you know? And everyone will then turn around and fake confidence in the stock because they bought into it already. It's so dumb. And then people go, "Oh, dude, well, there's a thing you can do if you're not confident about the stock. You can short it." And it's like, well, clearly that doesn't work because there's enough people that are like, "Nah, we have to make it seem like the suckbots are coming. Otherwise, we're going to lose money. Sorry." And instead of being the bag holder, I'd rather fake it and act as though there's unlimited growth potential here in the suck market.
As some expect.
Another troubling symptom is the disconnect between stock prices and economic fundamentals. NVIDIA, one of the largest AI chip suppliers, lost nearly 17% of its market value in a single day after the release of an open...
Big Dog, please look at my previous message. Hey man, a good valuation metric to use if you want to criticize these shitty tech companies is EV/sales. Basically, this looks at the company's enterprise value to how much revenue it made. The higher the valuation, the higher risk the company is. Using EV/sales is what these companies and investment analysts, us, look at the valuation. Look at my tech. What? Look at any tech company that is not yet profitable. So no P/E ratio. I'm in equity research. I'm telling you, man, it's vibes. I feel like you just came up with there's a math equation to the vibes. Some middle school age kids tried to do a catch a predator and they got kidnapped by a pedophile. I am not making this up. Awesome. EV stands for ethereal vibes.
Open source model promising similar results. Although NVIDIA has greatly benefited from the AI boom, this event showed how volatile current valuations are, where future expectations...
Oh yeah, here's what's not vibes.
I can't live in my...
If you want to know like the actual consequences of this AI boom that is that we're all experiencing and is wonderful. Now you can jerk off to food porn that you made yourself with generative AI. Well, this lady can't drink the water. This lady's water supply is gone. It's dusted.
I can't live in my home with half of my home functioning and no water, and I can't drink the water.
Just 400 meters away from Beverly Morris's home in rural Georgia, Meta, Instagram and Facebook's parent company, has built a giant data center. A private well is Beverly's only source of water. But since construction began on the data center, the well water has turned murky. The sediment you see, that's from her taps. And she says it wasn't there before.
The water won't come through the water lines to fill the toilet tank, so I have to fill it with a bucket of water. It's plugged with sediment.
Beverly believes the construction is to blame, but Meta denies this.
No one should have to be afraid to drink their water.
America is a first world country, by the way. Remember, it's a developed nation, by the way. Remember. Hell yeah, baby. Third world country with a Gucci belt. 100 P, dude. 100 P is awesome.
Not in this day, not in this age.
Meta says it commissioned an independent study that found its data center operation had not adversely affected groundwater conditions in the area. But Beverly just isn't convinced.
Meta is a $1 trillion industry, and they're huge. To me, it's like David and Goliath.
Data centers like this are being...
Yeah, imagine losing your drinking water to Meta, the worst chatbot out of all of them. No, you don't understand, dude. It's the future, baby. It's the only... There's nothing new here. There's nothing good that comes out of this. And the only tangible consequences are negative to the people who have to live next to these fucking data centers. That's just poisoning their water supply. Fantastic. I love this future. Techno utopia, baby.
Being built around the world, especially in Georgia, one of the fastest growing data center hubs in the US. They power AI tools like ChatGPT and require a lot of water to stay cool.
Yeah, everyone is Israel. We investigated ourselves, and guess what? Now, you might be shocked, but we found no wrongdoing. Yeah. Check back with us in 15 years when you're growing gills out of the side of your fucking nipple. When we go, oopsie, oops. Yeah, here's $10,000 for you to shut the fuck up. Oh, I'm sorry. Did every single member of your family develop late stage bone cancer? Nah, here's $10,000 for you to shut the fuck up. Yeah, EPA budget $1 a year. Great stuff, man.
Can collapse with an unexpected competitive breakthrough. On top of that, there is a risk of financial contagion. The excitement over AI has pushed other speculative assets upward, including cryptocurrencies, echoing the asset correlation phenomenon during the dot-com bubble. Back then, the NASDAQ...
This anti-AI shit is so baffling. Like, I don't get you people. Do you just want humanity to not advance? You're anti-tech progress? The Grifter 132, are you a bot? All I need to know is the way that you're... All I need to know about... I'm real as fuck, cuh. Ask him to solve a CAPTCHA. He can't. He can't because he's a fucking bot. Explain the hate, please. What do you mean? What do you mean? Everything is busted. Everything is broke. We just watched a woman go, hey, I can't use the running water in my home anymore because a multi-trillion-dollar corporation decided to build a data center right next to my fucking house, and it's literally poisoning me. What are we talking about? What advancement is that making? It's official. Woke equals broke. Yeah, the advancement is this. This is the advancement so that the White House could put out this photo. It's like, at this stage, the only thing that the AI can not even decently do, because I think it does a shit job with that as well, is basically destroy the furry porn drawing community's illustrative work that they used to get every now and then. That's it. They've just wiped out those people, okay? So you can get the piss orange colored, orange patina, fake generative AI bullshit. Great. What did we get in return for it? What did we get in return for it? a bunch of pissed off furries. That's what we got on the one hand. Okay. And you don't want to piss those guys off. But then also on the other hand, you got entire ecosystems being destroyed. What are we supposed to do about AI? Isn't the same neolib narrative is trying to get people to recycle? I mean, I'm not even talking about it at the point of like the individual consumer decisions. So no, I'm not even bringing it back to the consumers. I just personally don't like it. Okay, that's just my opinion. I don't like it. I think it's making people stupid. And not only is it making people stupid with cognitive offloading, I think it's also making people insane. Great. Do you know people who use AI actually? Yes. And I sometimes think less of them. I'm not going to lie. Like when I'll meet somebody and if I see them like ripping a chat GPT question, I'm like, oh no. It's like, oh man. That makes me sad.
Crash dragged down nearly 1,500 small tech companies and had a systemic impact on global markets.
Down 1.7% here, a loss of 37 points or so. Apple shares are just getting hammered this morning.
We're down by between 3 and 4.5% generally across these markets. Let's talk about the speed with which we are watching this market deteriorate.
Today, a negative event in the AI ecosystem could trigger a similar domino effect, given that many institutional portfolios and venture capital.
Didn't y'all use AI for Vera and intro? I don't know. Probably not. And even if March added something in there that was like by accident AI, what does that mean? Like, do you think that this dismantles my entire argument? Is that what you think? Have you destroyed my worldview? I'm pretty sure he has not done that. But let's say, whoa, what the fuck? Here we go. I spoke negatively on the clankers. Uh-oh. Hello? I'm still here. I spoke negatively on the clankers and they're coming for me. Anyway, I love people like that though. I love people who are just like, wow, I hear you talking shit about AI, but I'll have you know, you watched a YouTube video that had AI in it. Okay, you got me. I'm actually a fake, a phony. I'm lying. Like it's not like there's like genuine stigma associated with AI. I could just be using it every fucking day and you wouldn't have an issue with it. Most people wouldn't. Most people use it. They think it's great. I don't use it because I don't fuck with it. If you want to use it, go off kings and queens, you know? No, it's worse than that. You claim littering is bad, yet you spat your gum on the ground one time. No, it's worse than that. It's worse than that. You claim multi-million-dollar corporations are actually polluting the water supply, but I saw you try to throw your gum in the trash one time, and it actually didn't get into the trash can. That's a better analog.
Damn, this guy's good.